Blessed Aquat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me.
Quiet.
Though my path is wrought with darkness.
Shut up. They have our scent. Run! Just keep running. Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it. He has to.
Blessed Aquat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides
Look at me! All the gold we want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
They're coming! I know.
Get over here!
Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door!
Oh, Lord, help me. By three, they come. By three, thy way opens. Blood shows. This doesn't make any sense. Blood is the key. Blood is the key!
What?
I need two of you!
No! Go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the willing goes...
You gotta be kidding me! It worked!
We have to help him!
He's dead already. It's a shame he didn't make it. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
By three they come, by three thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail. Hail the Creator. Oh, hail the daughter of... Oh, no. No.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me!
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or...
It's a gate. Is the key.
Blessed Aquat, thy eternal light protects me. The divine wisdom guide me. Oh, my path is wrought of darkness. Guide my soul to thy sacred ways.
From the abyss, receive thy salvation. By three they come, by thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Come.
Blessed Emperor, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is
Open
wrought of
your
darkness.
eyes.
Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal
There
light.
is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
By three, they come. By three, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Hail, daughter of hatred, creator of sanctuary. Hail, Lilith.
Hello and welcome everyone, this is Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. I welcome you to today's stream. We are going to be having, well, as I was kinda like hoping, in the end it seems like it's gonna be somewhat working. And we could be having a look at the Diablo 4 beta. So that is going to be right about now for the few hours before it's gonna be closing and whatnot. So hopefully it's gonna be somewhat possible. I was testing it, it's, yeah, well, seems like the biggest problem is probably loading from a normal hard drive instead of SSD. Otherwise RAM also is a bit of a challenge, but it usually kind of like falls down a bit. So currently, of course, you could have seen the longer loads in there. Currently I can be right now showing that we are going to be having this, but usually the memory kind of falls off in about, I don't know, a few minutes. It's gonna be falling to like 1.5, 2 gigs. So it's gonna be fine. GPU is gonna be alright, that's not a problem. I'm running on a bit of a smaller window and also on 30 FPS because my stream is 30 FPS, so there's no need. And this game seems to be handling it alright. Some games, like for example Age of Empires 4, are not entirely all that fun with that. They don't cooperate too well, but seems like Diablo 4 is able to handle it well. No, and well, CPU, that's kind of like, I've tried all kinds of settings. You're gonna be going through that as well in a moment, and I've gotta figure out that there's not much I can do, that it seems to be something with the engine. But I'm thinking that really the biggest reason for the potential stutters that you're gonna be seeing, gonna be seeing those, is just literally loading from hard drive. That really seems to be probably the biggest reason for those. So the loading from SSD is gonna be quite a bit nicer. And overall, you can already see maybe some differences from the standard graphics you might be used to from other streams and whatnot, and that is because we don't run the HD graphics, like the 4K ones. You don't have the low FX, the low, kind of like the complete low. You don't have that, but yeah, well, it's quite a bit of a difference between this and the HD that you see on practically all the other streams. That is definitely something that is quite a bit real and true. But nonetheless, at least that's gonna be there for a kind of different experience with it as well. This, as you can see, this was a testing character. You're gonna be starting, of course, a completely new one, so that we don't really miss anything here too much. And well, we're just gonna be trying to enjoy and play as long as we can. So I guess that first and foremost, you can be probably trying to look into right now the settings and the options. What do we actually have here? Just some kind of standard introduction to the game. And what do we have here as some kind of normal parts. Otherwise, if you're gonna be launching the game for the first time, we don't have that obviously, then you're gonna be getting the accessibility tab. So that's gonna be right off the bat, getting you with some kind of like options, how to like overcome your potential disabilities. There are plenty of them here, so definitely that's nice. So if you are having, I don't know, color blindness, or you are having all kinds of problems with hearing, for example, or anything else, then there are tons and tons of things here that you can be changing and improving, and therefore, well, the game is gonna be quite a bit inclusive even for you, which is nice. That's kind of like really good part of today's gaming, that practically you can be anybody can be having fun with the games overall. Let's see, of course, controller for the consoles, and this is kind of like a bit interesting. Enable sound effects when an item in the world is nearby. It's obviously quite a bit of a little tool, so you don't miss like weapons, armor, jewelry, and whatever along those lines. Obviously, it's something that we are gonna be able to see quite a bit nicely, but you can therefore effectively play a game, even if you are having really problems with eyesight, it looks like. Well, that's not entirely for me to test, because I can obviously appreciate it too much. Screen reader, of course, as well. But nonetheless, let's go through the settings. So, it is windowed and full screen. I'm a bit surprised that you can't be changing the resolution. You're gonna be full screen here. I'm not gonna be right partner messing up with that, because I've already spent some time getting some proper resolution of my window to properly fit into the screen and into the stream. And well, yeah, you just can't change the resolution into a specific window. That's very strange to me. That's basically only to your ratio, or then it's basically free roam. I don't understand why. I guess it's gonna be maybe changed somewhere later for the full version I'm expecting. Refresh rate is for some reason locked, but you do have FPS, so it's somewhat strange. But nonetheless, you can say it now. Sharpen image, of course, font scale, sure, everything. You're gonna be leaving everything mostly as it is. VSync, I have tried with, without. I don't think there's gonna be any kind of difference. So it seems to be probably therefore working for me, because my computer is 10 years old, so yeah. I'm gonna be barely getting into some kind of high FPS. I think I can be probably right about now. Yeah, you can say right about now the RAM, how it fell actually, right? At only 800 gigs of the megabytes. So you can definitely right about now see that there is some kind of like early loading, and then it basically offloads into maybe hard drive, I don't know, something along those lines, but nonetheless, from my experience, this is how it works. Start is brutal, but then it goes down. You cannot be putting it up during the gameplay as well, but right now I just want to be showcasing the whole picture and everything here. So lock cursor, I'm gonna be so far playing without it. Let's see if I'm gonna be having some problems getting out. Probably not. Diablo is not that kind of game. You don't scroll the map as in, I don't know, Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 2, so it's not much needed. Peripheral lighting, of course. That's basically if you're gonna be having lighting on keyboard or RGB and whatnot. And the brightness, I think I'm gonna be having to change it, because it's a bit of a different type of, or the daylight I'm having currently. And I'm having sun from the west, so I need to be changing that a bit. Okay, about like probably here. Approximately here, probably, seems like. For the brightness. I'm not sure if you can actually see anything there, but I can, so hopefully it's gonna be fine. Even for you. Should be. Should be. I've definitely noticed that the game is, to my liking, way too dark. As in, like, stupidly dark, to be honest. I don't really like the darkness for the sake of darkness, because somebody's saying, make it dark. And what it means is remove all the light and just basically see nothing. I really don't like that. I like the type of darkness that is typically in Diablo 2, for example. That is a dark game. It's a very dark game, overall with the feeling. But at the same time, it's having quite nice colors, bright ones. And you can see things in there pretty damn well. But it is still definitely having the feeling of darkness. So, yeah. Nonetheless, let's see how it's gonna be with the other territories. I'm just gonna, of course, test it. Only some small starting ones, a few and a bit of it. But it was definitely my feel. And that's what I have seen also on other streams. I've watched the closed beta, of course, last week and whatnot. And yeah, I just kinda think that it's a cheap way to do it. Then you just simply not having enough of a, I don't want to really say quality, but maybe like imagination how to do it otherwise. Color brightness filter, no need for that. Resolution percentage, we can be keeping this in. And you can see right now, which is very also nice, you're having plenty of options to kind of like allow you to play the game, even on weaker computers, it seems like. Frankly, I have tested those, and they didn't do anything to me. I mean, like, they do change, I think, in GPU a bit, but it doesn't do anything with CPU, as far as I could have told, and as I have seen. So that was a bit unfortunate. I was hoping for some extra bits of performances from that, but yeah, the CPU seems to be somewhat with the engine, and these graphical settings do not entirely change too much. I'm limiting the foreground FPS to 30. Can't fit exactly 30, unfortunately. So, yeah, OCD people are gonna be having a bit of a problem. But nonetheless, no, I'm basically having 60 FPS monitor, but nonetheless the 30 is fine because I'm streaming at 30 FPS as well. So there's no need to be going above. And again, as I mentioned at the very start, this game is able to handle it well from what I have seen. Other games not so much, but this one is alright. And otherwise, when I started and I launched the game, everything was set to low. There was anisotropic filtering at 2 times, the second setting. Everything was at low, shadows were on if I'm not mistaken. We were having SSAO rather, at, I think in the low second, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the second. No, and everything else was then off. Low FX was actually put in. You can see right now reduces the number of rendered particle system effects. Checking this may greatly improve performance. Distortions, screen space reflections, I think in distortion was on, reflections not. But then I went, of course, testing what's up and whatnot. And I just basically cranked everything up. And it was still working well. So again, it's not the problem right about now with the graphics or whatnot. The problem is gonna be in the engine as far as the CPU usage goes. That's kind of like my bottleneck on my 10 years old computer. I'm having i5 357, 357 rather to be precise, which is quad-core, 3.4 GHz per core, which is very solid for gaming, not entirely so much for the streaming though, as I wasn't expecting to be streaming those 10 years ago, but yeah, well, life develops. But nonetheless, I'm therefore running fairly high graphics, not the 4K. I don't have the 4K allowed. You can see the texture quality is gonna be low here. Clarity of textures throughout the game will result in more detail, but requires more system RAM, because I'm having high gigabytes RAM. But yeah, can't really change it. So this is right about now going to be as it is. Can't really change that. Seems to be somewhat locked itself. I have 8 GB RAM on the system, but still gonna be this way. I guess it's gonna be fine. And simply this is right now how the graphical settings are going to be for us. You're gonna be seeing some stutters when the game kind of loads properly first time and whatnot, but then it kind of like gets better. I'm really thinking it's mostly... I'm gonna be repeating myself, but from my testing, I think it's mostly because of loading from a normal hard drive. I don't have it on SSD, I'm not playing from that, I'm having just system on it. Again, older computer, so don't have like having like 100 GB of SSD only. No, and it can be discarded, there wasn't anything new we were changing. And the brightness was kept. No, and for the volume, just like, hopefully this is gonna be fine. It's also testing it, so should be alright for the stream. Classic defaults. Play in background. Oh yeah, I actually want to be doing that. That's when I'm alt-tabbing. You could have heard it at the start, stopping of the music. So I'm gonna be alt-tabbing probably for some screenshots here and there. Voice chat, no. Rather not. Subtitles, you're gonna be leaving it as it is. It's interestingly actually doubled here in accessibility and sound, but I think it's making somewhat of a sense, I guess. Drop sounds, of course. Ambient loot, not really. So let's save. Play in background. No, and gameplay. I'm gonna be all of it leaving as it is, just to be having the experience that developers want me to have. That's kind of how I like to be testing and playing the betas, just to understand what the devs actually want of me and what are they exactly expecting. So you can see screen share effects. Sure. You have in tons of settings, at least you can be, of course, changing so many things to be suiting your needs, which is kind of nice. Advanced tooltip compare. Comparing until tooltips, properties gained, lost, changes, blah 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 will be displayed and disabled. Comparing tooltips only the primary stat. This is probably something I might want to be putting on after some time to be having better understanding of the items. Display advanced information tooltips such as item property ranges, lucky hit chance on his skills. That's kind of nice. Getting more information. Diablo-II, of course, kind of famously was having plenty of secret info. Centered share, left corner. Duration on drop. Skill toggle behavior, alright. Action wheel activation. Okay, so that's gonna be toggle. Minion health bars. I guess, sure. Again, gonna be kinda leaving it and see how it feels. Highlights, alright. Controls. So what's gonna be important? Now obviously map is gonna be tab, alright. Character C, classic. Skill is gonna be S. Journal J. Combine move, interact, basic skill slot. Huh. That's interesting. You can be diverting or kind of like, what is it? Differentiating. Actually moving and kind of like the base attack. I mean, like, no reason for that really. Skill slots are gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Force interact, evade. Alright. Yeah, that's gonna be the dodging actually. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna be having to probably learn a bit, because it's basically quite a bit new compared to Diablo 2. By the way, I have played tons and tons of Diablo 2 and Diablo 1. I haven't played really Diablo 3, that wasn't up my alley with the graphics and whatnot. I played the demo up to Leoric, the Skeleton King. So I have some kind of idea how the game looks and plays, and I've seen some streams and whatnot. But I haven't really played it in full. Maybe one day I will, but it just kinda like wasn't the Diablo for me. So that's why I'm also kinda curious if Diablo 4 is gonna be a bit more scratching that itch. Evading therefore. Okay, so I need to remember that. Down Portal T, sure. Potion is gonna be at Q. Yeah, right now the potions are not gonna be on that 1, 2, 3, 4 as we are used to from Diablo 2. But simply a bit different way how to play it. No, I'm not sure if you're gonna be getting into Mount. You're gonna be playing for about 3 hours. Should be closing in about 3 hours, the beta. Just want to be having some kind of look here. Over the weekend you're having plenty of Age of Empires 2, so there wasn't too much time. But at least a few hours to be having some proper idea about this new game from this great franchise from Blizzard. Print screen, of course. Okay, so you're not gonna be even going for... Okay, so you don't have to be going outside into alt tabs and into... What is it? Paint. Seems like you're gonna be getting some normal screenshots. Gonna have to find them somewhere. I guess maybe in documents or whatever, I guess. Wheel. Wait, what? Oh, that's gonna be like a steering... like steering wheel? Wait, what? Probably. I'm not entirely certain what that is otherwise supposed to be. Okay, for the chat. Yeah, we're not gonna be using that too much. Gonna be just playing solo. And you can see for the socials, cross-network, yeah, gonna be letting it go. Cross-network play, that means with able to play with players on other platforms, so therefore with, okay, PlayStation, Xbox. You know what no nonsense is. Notifications, of course. Chat settings, chat bubbles. Alright, seems to be. I mean, like, let's leave it and let's see maybe if we're gonna be seeing it even activated somewhere. But I guess no. Accessibility we have already seen, so we don't need to be really going through it again. Okay, so I think these are gonna be there for the basic settings for the game. And let's get and create some new character. This is, by the way, the screen that's gonna be greeting you right when you are going to be... Let's take a screenshot here. It's gonna be actually greeting you when you first launch the game. Before that, you're gonna be also getting the trailer, the cinematic at the start. I'm not entirely certain how to actually invoke it again, but you can watch it at YouTube and with my screen quality and stream quality. Probably not much of a kind of like point in that anyway. I'm expecting. If you're gonna be seeing the status like this, then that's gonna be me checking out if the stream is actually working. As I don't have, I have only chat open, as I need to be limiting any kind of RAM usage, and my Firefox, of course, is thousands of tabs, is taking about like a gig, so definitely want to be focusing that more on Diablo. No, nonetheless, we are gonna be there for having, of course, classic part. Oh, they actually randomized. Because I was so many times actually seeing just like similar, like one type of person, let's say. Or simply everybody was black. And we are going to be at this point... No, this is actually very cool. I was kind of having why should I be having a problem with that? I mean, like, why? You're gonna be able to customize them, so this is just like a suggestion. So why the hell should I care? You can be playing male and female. So if somebody's having a problem with that, then they have more serious problems than just the game. But this is really cool. I'm really liking this idea. This is really superb. Having like all kinds of different presentations basically for the characters. I'm liking that quite a bit. No, nonetheless, so therefore Barbarian. Look at those legs, by the way, on her. Then we do have Necro, classic. We're having cool animation with the skeletons in there. Then we do have a Sorcerer. Apparently bit of a pyromaniac. A rogue, of course, classic. And it's gonna be, of course, the Druido. Quite a bit of a people's favorite, so of course needed to be included as well. Obviously, also people's favorite is Crusader, or some kind of Paladin. It's one of the more favorite actually classes that is also gonna be so far missing here, but that's obviously gonna be DLC, right? That's gonna be absolutely evident DLC, but I'm probably gonna be wanting to play Necromancer. I was kinda contemplating even maybe Sorcerer, because you can be at this point playing male as well. I wasn't, when I was actually starting with Diablo 2, I always kinda try to be playing Sorcerers and Mages and whatnot, but in Diablo 2 you didn't have option, it was just a female. And I like to be role-playing kinda, so if I do have the option, then I'm gonna be rather choosing some male, just so that I can feel more in character. So I was going for the Necromancer as the closest like spellcaster in the end, even though it's usually not a class that I like to play too much. But in Diablo 2 it just kinda grew on me, I got used to it. But if there wasn't a choice, and it was basically just like a female sorcerer, I would be playing that, like no problem. But it's just like, if I can be enhancing my role-playing experience here, then why not? I think I'm gonna be testing the Necro as well. It's also new here in the open beta. So I'm gonna be having kinda like the best comparison with understanding therefore what's up. Okay, so girl and boy. Let's go therefore with the boy. So what kind of type? Can I actually bit... Oh, this is very close to Diablo 2. So can I just like bit contemplating why you have to be as a necromancer always looking like some kind of goth emo? I mean, like I want to be just like a normal upstanding citizen. Just kind of liking dead things, no? So what's bad about that, right? They don't talk back. They don't have any kind of emotions. They don't bother you with anything. They're just servants. So... don't think that it needs to be that way. Okay, so who are we gonna be playing? We're gonna be customizing it further. But who's gonna close it? This one would be kinda, I guess, alright, but it's just like a bit too whitish. But it's just a preset, so I guess you're gonna be just changing it overall. That's probably going to the customization, therefore. Yes, of course. There's a bit more muscles. If you're a necromancer, why do you have to be looking all scrawny like that? Ah, man. But nonetheless, face variations. Okay, we're having 4. It's a bit oldish. Weird one. Okay, so 4 or 1? Probably 1. It's gonna be like a bit younger, I guess. Skin complexity, can be going all the way. You can be going all motley as well. His pinky looks kinda okay. Maybe a bit too whitish. Yeah, this one is a bit extreme. I think maybe this one looks somewhat okay. Looks kinda normal at least. Eye color, okay. Dark green. Can you actually like... Yeah, you can move him around. But can you zoom? Yeah, okay, you can with the wheel mouse. At least a bit. That doesn't need to be changing too much, this one, but nonetheless. Light green are kinda weird. Okay, these colors are obviously not entirely all that representative. Medium green and dark green. Something like maybe the... I guess let's maybe go with medium green possibly here. It's not entirely looking too bad. No, and the hair. Okay, so hairstyle. Nope. That's like almost Bob Marley or whatnot. I'll be liking something like this, but shorter. This one is kinda weird slightly, but I guess it's gonna be probably the closest to I would be probably liking him to have. I'll be liking this a bit more, but shorter. Okay, let's go with this. Facial hair. So do we have something on us? Oh, you can be actually going all the way without. Now that's looking very strange indeed. Completely clean shaven. I kinda guessing not. Probably this. Kinda like slight stubble or whatnot, I guess. I guess this is gonna be probably fine. No, and a hair color. So what do we have? The brown. That's not entirely cool. That's a bit extreme blonde. Going to the scarlet even. And all kinds of funny colors, even actually crossovers. Okay, so what do we get? I guess maybe something like light brown. The blondes are just like way too extreme, so I guess you're gonna be having to go into something like light brown. There doesn't seem to be even too much of a difference between light brown and medium brown. Frankly, looks like even that medium brown is a bit brighter. Tough choice between those two. Or how about the blonde diamond actually? I'll be kinda liking kinda like brownish blonde a bit. It is way too... Probably this is gonna be maybe actually a better choice. Let's probably go for this. It's kinda like not entirely ideal what I would want, but I guess it's gonna be alright. So accessories. So we do have makeup and what kind of versions of makeup? I'll be liking probably none. Yeah, I'm not entirely all that thrilled about that, but nonetheless, let's kind of have an idea what options are there. Somewhat some kind of like Egyptian look. Okay, let's go with none. Not into that. And jewelry. Oh, well, you have actually so many of them. But I think I'm gonna be also going with none. Nose ring almost looks like a cow. Yeah, I'm gonna be going with none. I'm at this point quite a bit certain, just gonna go in through all the options. I'm assuming that's gonna be somewhat different between the characters. I'm not entirely certain, but I don't have entirely time to be going through all of them, but I'm assuming that's gonna be the case. Is 8 also empty? Looks to be empty, right? 8. Weird. Oh no, that's gonna be actually some up the ears probably. Looking at, for example, this. No, that's gonna be probably something up the hair and up the ears. Even though it's not entirely well visible. If you're gonna be removing the hair. Yeah, okay, yeah. Can see that. Okay, so that's the 8. So 1 hair, let's go back to this. No, and for the markings, oh well, you can be getting all kinds of fancy with tattoos. They're gonna be also going marking less. Proper almost pentagram. Now this is definitely looking like somebody escaping from prison. Scales of justice or something along those lines. But otherwise, right now, these markings almost looks like, with how they glisten and whatever, somebody like putting it on himself with marmalade or whatever, some like kids' tattoos or whatnot. It's kind of strange how it's actually glistening. That's certain of the reason for it. Okay, that's some Urukai stuff. Let's maybe kind of get some idea about the colors. Okay, so a bit interesting, the white ones. Almost looks like a German flag, the fresh blood. Or is that actually what's gonna be dictating if it's gonna be glistening or not? Oh yes, that's actually what is dictating that. If you're gonna be having fresh blood, then it's glistening. Ah! Okay, so it's making sense. It is not any kind of weird thing. Good. Good. But nonetheless, we are gonna be without markings. No hardcore, thank you. But we are gonna be there for getting black there. What is this, randomizer? Yeah, okay, so I'm kinda expecting that... Oh, you need to be actually without a break in there. Oh, it can be going all the way out. Let's take a few screenshots there of that. And guess let's start the game, therefore. Okay, you can be changing this. Adventure, so that's for new players. Enemies are easy to defeat. Yeah, we're gonna be going for tier 2, I guess. we are already a bit experienced, let's say, with Diablo.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
They do know how to make the cinematics at Blizzard. And this is, by the way, in-engine. This is not like rendered. At least I think not too much. It's very nice touch having this in-engine, because you can be, of course, having your character as you have created him already. Okay, so loading in. Of course, at this point, gonna be having some stutter.
I should find better
But
shelter
nonetheless,
before I freeze.
yeah, gonna be there for beginning with the game itself. And since I'm gonna be having to at this point go into options for a bit, as we are having the problem with the UI. This is something that I've actually noticed, that there is an issue with the shaders a bit. So I need to wait about now going into toggling them on and off. Okay, right now maybe it's gonna be fine. Okay, not yet. Okay, so I need to be toggling right now the shadow quality. His point's gonna be off, yeah. That's what I was having problem with. That if it's gonna be at the highest, then it's gonna be not entirely working well. But then, if I'm gonna be changing it back, then it should be fine. There we go. So that's the issue that I was having before. No, and currently I can be also showing you where do we therefore stand on our quality. So you can see right now high RAM usage again, but it's gonna be again falling after some time. The CPU seems to be fine, GPU is gonna be alright on those 30 FPS. You're gonna be having some stutters at the start before it bit settles. But again, you can see right now CPU is alright. So any kind of stutters are most probably, in my opinion, from really loading from HDD. And also the RAM partly, but once the RAM is gonna be offloaded, then I think it's literally just gonna let it that I don't have SSD. So otherwise it seems to be playing somewhat alright. Okay then, so I guess, well, let's maybe go somewhere. Seem to be having some scythe on some skills. Okay, raise Skellington. Blah blah blah. From a corpse. Once all of your skeletons have been summoned, raise skeleton briefly summons a skeleton priest to empower your minions for 5 seconds, increasing their damage by 20% and healing them for 10 of their maximum life. Okay, so if you do the max, then therefore you're getting a bonus one, or? Huh, interesting. Okay, like the next one, I guess it's gonna be the priest therefore. So skirmisher warriors, wielding skeletals, deal 30% increased damage but a 15% reduced life. I mean, like, increased compared to what? Like, what is this information? Compared to what is it increased? Like, what is this tooltip? Is it like compared to the monster you raise it from, or there is some kind of like default Skellington, I guess. Something along those lines, probably. But well, whatever the case. Just have to find something to kill, I guess. Okay, so you're gonna be having a map to the right. Okay, we have a open world and kind of open, the complete map. And it's gonna be divided into regions, apparently. Queues for the potions, apparently we have in 4 heals, 17 life instantly. We don't actually have the number of the hit points here, you can see 40. This is something I maybe want to be turning on, so that I have some kind of idea, better idea slightly. I'm kinda used to it from watching Diablo 2 streams, Mr. Llama especially. Great streamer by the way. With some really healthy opinions and, well, kinda outlook. Maybe a bit extremely positive, but nonetheless. Doesn't seem to be changing his realism about things, so fine with that. Now the dodging is gonna be interesting, the evading. Okay, that's something I'm gonna be having to get used to. Otherwise, skills 1, 2, 3, 4, alright. So the one is gonna be like a... Okay, so you're just basically casting it immediately. It's not like a selection into main attack or whatnot. You can say that it's gonna be here. How do you change that? Probably don't have anything to change it upon. 3 total skill points to be getting that. Oh. Aha, you're gonna be like unlocking only in time. That's a bit unnecessary system, I guess, I would say. Like, why? I don't entirely understand why that has to be actually locked away, but whatever, maybe you're not gonna be even getting too many skills for that to be any kind of problem. And you can say now the RAM has already dropped into 1.5 gigs again. So you're gonna be fine on RAM. And apparently everything is gonna be exploding you run over. Skellington, fight for me, please. Oh, well, he seems to be actually fairly strong. And kinda interesting that we have in 4 to begin with, which seems to be quite a bit of a powerful army to just begin everything with. I can straighten out the stutter, and nothing was spiking on me. Not even RAM, not anything. I'm fairly certain that it's loading the next actually assets and the next part of the realm. And that's why the stutters are actually coming in here and there. So therefore, the fact that I'm having only HD, or the HDD, and not an actual SSD. Okay, so if we right now cast it again, did that do the buff? Or does it just destroy the bodies with no reason? By the way, can we like select all the interactables? As it was with Alt, for example. I'm gonna be having to look at that. Come on, boys, come here. I want to be checking out in case... No, it just literally explodes the body. Okay, that's interesting to know. Just in case there's gonna be some corpse explosion nonsense is going on somewhere down the line, or raise skeletons from the opponents. It's gonna be good to know. But I want to be there for having the highlights. How do you highlight everything? Out. Okay, but it looks like maybe it's gonna be only items and not stashes. Okay, I'm gonna use to showing the stashes. That's from Baldur's Gate, for example, even. It's rather from Baldur's Gate. Okay, so probably have to be paying attention to environment. Therefore, no, I guess, but nonetheless, you can probably right about now show the full game without the extra info in there. Well, to pick up on the gold, of course, classic. It's really kind of like hard to see all the things that are gonna be potentially interactable. Otherwise, of course, my OBS is not gonna be entirely thrilled about the snow in here, so I'm kinda glad. I'm kinda hoping to be getting out of that as soon as possible. That's something that was also a problem with Witcher, for example. Well, poor soul. Can you zoom in? Oh, yes, you can. At least a bit. Yeah, the grass movements in
should clear up when the storm is past.
Were quite a bit of an issue, so we'll be glad when that's gone, because obviously all kinds of moving things, yeah, OBS hates that with passion. But so far it's definitely that simple, but well, not like it's too different. In like, for example, Diablo-II at the very beginning, so just gonna depends what's gonna be the challenge after. Well, therefore, if you can't be highlighting anything, it's gonna be taking probably a bit longer to be going through the territories and through the map, not to be really missing anything. Or, from the other point of view, you might be actually missing quite a few treasure hunts, or treasure points. It's gonna be probably rewarding, well, good eyes. At the same time, actually right now having just a random thought, with how many there are, right about now the interactables absolutely everywhere. If it's not supposed to be slowing down your gameplay, so that the game can be loading on the background a bit faster the assets. This is a trick that is actually very commonly used in games, that they are going to be giving you some reasons to slow down, so that it can be loading ahead a bit better and easier. Well, I do wonder if maybe that's not part of the reason. Okay, sorry for stutters, but again, I just like can't do anything about it.
Everywhere. Fangs in the dark.
I'm happy to be even playing it and streaming it on top of it.
Careful! He's a wild one.
What's it to you?
Oswin, hush! I'm sorry, Wanderer. You've come at a difficult time. This madman just
Winter
stumbled
and
into
Russians.
town and started causing trouble.
As far as the accent.
Demons spilling from the ruins. Kill us all. Kill us all.
Ruins? What is he talking about?
Come, I'll explain.
No, nothing to be looting in the house.
There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw.
Okay, so you're gonna be just getting without any kind of loadings inside, alright. This should be having a bit of a background again. And like the shaders being a bit funny here. This is right now apparently where it's gonna be heading you. So I guess let's first ask around.
Nothing special about our little town, but it's home.
That was a great conversation.
We'll do what we can for him. Might have to keep him in the shed for now, though. He tried to bite off Oswin's fingers.
Okay, so this is not gonna be having any kind of winding conversations, it looks like.
Could
So
you
proper Diablo.
protect us from whatever is out there? We have nowhere else to turn.
Evil is gathering strength in those ruins. I will bring it to heal.
No,
Really? Oh, thank you.
considering that just like a moments ago we were barely surviving against whatever was there after us. Well, yeah, definitely not lacking any kind of confidence. Okay, so quest is gonna be right about now, alright, and we're gonna be having a new level. So, okay, we have unspent ability points apparently. It should be highlighted, right? But nonetheless. Okay, so what do we have here? Reap. Generate essence for per enemy hit sweep. Ethereal scythe in front of you. Oh, I'm not entirely all that interested in actually going for a fighter necromancer. I like to be standing behind and letting my dudes do the stuff. Okay, so we have two potentially. It's interesting how it's gonna be moving us here to the top, so it's probably gonna be some kind of like preferred way to play. Oh, not yet. Oh, wait, what? Can you therefore not get that? Oh, you probably can, right? Okay, gonna be having to look into it. Bone splinters. Dealing 6 damage each. Enemy is hit by the same of bone splinters. I would be kind of liking to get a bit more of a summoner build. Generate essence, burst an enemy blood, dealing 7 damage, hemorrhage has 20% to form a blood orb. Okay, that's leading into something like corpse explosion. Not really, I guess. Okay, so it's gonna be Bone Spear. I don't think I want to do that. Blood Surge. Draw blood from enemies, dealing 5 damage and expel a Blood Nova. That's curious. It's gonna be good against mobs. Blood Lance. Throw a Blood Lance that lingers in an enemy for 3 seconds, dealing 12 damage to enemy. Okay. Imperfectly balance. Your core skills cost more essence but deal increased damage. That's interesting. Maximum essence increased. Then we do have Blight. Unleash concentrated blight that deals 8 damage and leaves behind a defiled area. Sever. Spectre of you charges forward and attacks with its scythe for 17 damage, then returns to you and attacks again for 5 damage. I'm not sure I have any kind of opinion on that. Seems to be some kind of like immunity basically hit. And your damage has up to 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. What? You're not getting... You're not gonna be getting therefore corpse from every single enemy you're gonna be felling? We'll see. Okay, that's apparently gonna be quite large. Can you enlarge this somehow? Okay. Jesus Christ, that's actually quite a lot of skills here, alright. Okay, so next one is gonna be therefore Blood Mist. Spend the number of skill points indicated to enable this connection. Aha, so, oh, so you need to be actually spending here and then you're gonna be moving to the south. Aha. So it's not like you're gonna be choosing any of those. Yeah. Okay, right. Now I get it. Decrepify, sure. Iron Maiden, oh, now we're getting into those that I'm familiar with. And it actually looks like that, therefore you might not be able to increase the number of the skeletons somehow, unless you get somewhere really deep. Reaper's Pursuit, whatever. Could use some Mending, Transfusion, Corpse Tendrils, Bone Spirit. Okay, we know that. Call for the Deep Buried Dead. Okay, so there's gonna be Golem Master even here. Bone Storm. Classified Essence, that's quite a bit deep, therefore. Okay, some kind of cool ones that, at this point, not much of a reason for us to be looking into them. Okay, so you're gonna be basically, somewhat it looks like, forced into a certain direction. Paragon then level 50, apparently. Okay, so what do we get? So we do have just basically only one option. So 7 per second stare, the flash from enemy dealing 8 damage per second and forming usable corpse with a flash every 2.5 seconds. Oh, it's gonna be like this way. You're gonna be through damage actually creating some corpses, not even by the kill. Kill is probably gonna be always one. An enemy hits Sheep and Ethereal Sight in front of you, dealing 3 damage, hitting an enemy with 3 increase. This is gonna be like range the Bone Splinters, right? I guess let's maybe go for the range therefore. I guess. We'll see. Maybe it's gonna be wrong, maybe it's not gonna be correct, whatever. But on the characters, seems like we are not having any kind of statistics to be actually moving in. Thinking that's actually what has been mentioned, that I have seen that you don't get any stats therefore. Ooh, plenty materials apparently gonna be able to get here for some crafting. Wait. Okay, so, okay, let's go into inventory. It's right now a good opportunity, I guess. So, equipment, well, we don't have nothing here. Okay, this is not looking entirely and showing correctly. It's gonna be nicer. Need to be doing that. That's some kind of weird bug. I don't know. Maybe it's just because of my old graphics card or I don't know. But nonetheless, that seems to be a bit of a recurrent thing here with the shaders. It's a beta. Maybe it's gonna be fixed. Buckler blocked the damage. Block chance. Main hand weapon damage. Like, why is it increasing main hand weapon damage? That's a bit random, but alright. And 1 Thorns. Interesting. And Simple Scythe, +1 life on kill, and otherwise nothing really too much. Hide boots, it's like base armor. High numbers. Yeah, well, seems like it's gonna be more following in the Diablo 3 steps, and therefore huge numbers everywhere for not much of a reason. Consumables, quest, aspects. No idea what those are going to be. I guess you're gonna be learning. Obols. Red dust and gold. Okay. So, we can be apparently changing something in the profile. So, emblem. Can you like change it or... Oh. Okay, so you can be getting some fancy title here. Hasty. Oh, you need to be unlocking those. These are actually... Yeah, I've already unlocked those in my testing. I remember that, getting like an achievement practically For hasty. Aha, so that's what you can be right now getting. Oh, that's too many of them. Wow, Witheren, Worldly, Wily. Combatant Abomination, for example, here. Eco, Elder, Eater, Reaper, Red, Sunder, Voice, Victim. That was a victim, right? No, that was a victim. I was kind of thinking I was seeing victim. Apparently not. That'd be kind of funny. And for the emblem, we don't have any collected. Decorations on your social card. Okay, so I guess you just need to be somewhat picking them up somewhere.
I'm sorry, it's a bit cramped.
That's
Still
right.
better than a cave.
Fire's looking good, but I should watch it a little longer to make sure it doesn't go out.
Okay, so healer is gonna be practically Pepin from Diablo 1. Or, of course, the vendors from Diablo 2. So just healing you. I'm not sure if it's gonna be giving you potions. Okay, you can't be using them when you're already full. So you can't be testing that, so later.
If Devmir's taking up all the space by the fire, just give him a shove.
What's that? You say something?
Not really.
The woods around here are dangerous.
Okay, new stock delivery. Ah, so we're gonna be having... Yeah, remember in Diablo 2, you had to be, of course, starting the game to be getting new stocks. So, here apparently you are going to be getting that. Or a starting game. Was it or a starting game only, or was it also leaving territory? It's probably also leaving territory, right? And leaving acts. Maybe actually even just leaving outside of the town. Yeah, well, no point in getting that for kids right now, absolutely no gain. Good to be having buyback. Gonna be therefore able to get immediately back some nonsenses that you, or nonsenses, something that you have sold through mistake. Okay, so gonna be right now having boat splinters as the attack currently. Instantaneously, alright. Can be potentially changing that, I guess, into skill. No, well, at 7. Okay, so not really. Huh. Can you therefore change... Can you like change it somehow? Okay, so dodge is gonna be... right, so that's gonna be in, for example, Neverwinter. You are having somewhat of a similar ability. You're gonna be double actually tapping into a direction and you're gonna be teleporting forward in that direction somewhat. So this is somewhat... This is pretty much the same. There are really tons of interactables. I really do think this is gonna be a design. I really do think there's so many of them that it has to be a design to be allowing the game to load in the background. That has to be it. Obviously for us it's still not gonna be enough. For the reasons we have already mentioned multiple times, but nonetheless, it's gonna at least help. Kinda thinking nice little thing to add. Little trick. So again, sorry for the stuttering, but yeah, well, I just kinda wanted to be looking at the game. I'm happy to be able to stream it in the first place and just have some kind of video of that. Still maybe, no, not like it needs to be spreading any kind of awareness. But maybe somebody's gonna be interested in watching me have a look. Door is locked. You must find the key before you can open it. Uh-huh. Oh, boots and an orb. So therefore, if we drink, okay, so that's interesting. You can actually drink orb now, but before you couldn't. Or did I receive some damage before? Okay, so I already received some damage before. You don't, of course, pick up immediately and automatically, which is nice. 4, we are having only 6 armor, okay. Apparently, I would be expecting like double clicking would be actually equipping it, but I'm just gonna apparently not all used to different games, but nonetheless. You're gonna be there for doing that the Diablo way. No problem, I guess. You seem to be blocked from going forward. Okay, so I guess you have to be going in the last direction that we had available. Guess maybe it's gonna be some opportunity again to be showing for a bit. How's looking at the performances. I can say the bat now again. Basically no spike, and you're having a stutter. Now therefore it's gonna be quite a hefty pixel hunting though, overall. Just basically discovering all the little things here. There really isn't any kind of actually thing for that. I do wonder if those actually you are running over, the dead bodies and whatnot, if they could be having some treasure, because so far I don't think they had anything on them. So if it's like an environmental fun. Hide gloves, nice. So, hide tunic plus 19. Wow. Okay. No, and gloves, we don't have any, so that's gonna be, of course, okay. There was some kind of unlock, right? On that. Unlocks new look on salvage. Okay, so if you're gonna be collecting different types of equipment, you're gonna be getting different possibilities for transmogs, it looks like. Okay. Interesting. But so far the beginning is quite a bit chill. Not even having to be having a hand on like the dodges or potions, so... No, I'm frankly thinking that the original game was a bit more maybe challenging or original. Originally, yeah, but also Diablo 2, to be honest. Skeletons also seem to be quite a bit beefy, looking at the hit points. Losses being very low on them. There's a lot of crap everywhere. It's gonna get in a bit ridiculous though, the number of it. The number of kind of like lootables. Ah. Can you somehow rotate the map, by the way? Because if it's 3D, you should be theoretically able to rotate the map somehow. Map screen, shop screen, collection, blah blah, gameplay. No, not really. The more mouse wheel, sure. Frame rate display. That might be actually a bit interesting to have a look at. What is it? Control R. Okay. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like that you can rotate the map. Well, slightly disappointed to be honest by that, but okay. Control R. Okay, we're gonna be having that for the FPS here to the bottom. Yeah, locked at 31, just a bit of a reminder. By the system, or by the system, by my settings rather. Okay, so first dungeon. No, looking for all the lootables is probably gonna be getting a bit old. But I guess it's gonna be about maybe getting used to it, because frankly, if I right now remember from Diablo 2, actually a decent amount of them as well. But you just gonna, you know them, so you do know which ones are gonna be clickable and which not. So at this point this is just maybe gonna be a feeling for the new game, and therefore not being used to which ones are gonna be actually effective and able to be utilized and interacted with. Okay, so what do we have here? Some new things. Simple dagger. You have new pants. 31. Okay, let's get rid of for fancier pants. Ooh, looks better. Otherwise, of course, inventory is gonna be quite a bit higher and bigger than Diablo 2, for example. Simple dagger. So what do we have here? So life on kill. 3% damage to close enemies. And it's the same. Yeah, absolutely the same. Wait, what? Why is this one 1 gold cheaper and having 31 item power, it's just 32? When they have absolutely the same statistics. That is durability hundo. Huh. That is weird. Can see it's gonna be faster speed. I'm gonna be keeping my weapon. I mean, I guess having a special ability, so let's keep it that way. Otherwise, classic touring goes, and... oh, classic setup. You don't have belt, though. Okay, so we don't have belt as opposed to the previous... no, as opposed to Diablo 2. But you do have pants. Yeah, so pants are gonna be instead of the belt, okay. Yeah, so we do have the same amount of slots. But overall, the game doesn't look bad. Frankly, I don't know, I just like... seems to me that Diablo 2 Resurrected looks better graphically than this. I have to say that. I do think that it looks better. Diablo 2 Resurrected, that the graphics are... okay, we are full at life. That it looks... I don't know. It's like maybe just the type of graphics, the isometric versus 3D, right? But it just kind of looks nicer. On the other hand, again, I don't have the HD, the 4K HD pack here. So with that, it will be probably looking also quite a bit differently. So that's also another part maybe that could be relevant to somewhat mention here. But it doesn't look bad, like kind of fine with how it seems and how it feels so far. I mean, like the darkness, I think it's a bit overdone. that it could be a bit more brighter and therefore better to be visible. Things could be better visible, but nonetheless, I don't have that much of a serious problem with it. At least so far, seems to be manageable. Definitely have seen some worse parts. And on the outside, I think it was overdone. It was like absolutely could be seeing crap. But I can understand that maybe that was the whole purpose, because you were in a effectively gale storm. And yeah, you were supposed to be having bad visibility and feeling that you are in inhospitable terrain. I guess that's gonna be explosive barrels. The skeletons seem to be practically indestructible. Way too overshot, it seems like, on the quality. And that's also what I have seen on the streams. The game really seems to be maybe like overly easy, but I guess it's gonna be changing with some bosses possibly. Okay, that's gonna be leaving into next level probably. Nice to be giving you the healings, the healing, not spring, but shrine before you're gonna be heading forward. Strider's hand wraps, and it's something that is actually already named. Nice. So, plus 17 armor, immediately better. Nice. On the outside, you are having all kinds of interactables. And right now, you are in a dungeon. Is this on the ground, even here? Okay, corpses. What else? And you have almost like nothing to interact with. What a weird, actually, design, frankly, slightly. But I guess if you're gonna be... no, again, it's just like... The more I'm thinking about it, ties back to the fact that I'm just gonna keep mentioning. Because here in the dungeon, you're gonna be having plenty interactions and plenty of monsters and whatnot. So... And also... Maybe I'm thinking less to not interact, but to basically draw for the graphics. So maybe there is not much of a need for actually getting the pauses or loading. It seems to be somewhat all time together, frankly. There's supposed to be that extra Wolfie for level 20, but I'm fairly certain I'm not gonna be hitting level 20 in 2 hours, but we're gonna be giving it a shot. Seems like it. I'm thinking that especially the life leech that we have on our weapon, so this one keeping us alive so well. The dodge is gonna be quite nice for the spellcaster. That's really something I'm thinking it's not a bad idea. I'm enjoying it in Neverwinter. There it's quite a bit crucial because the game is a lot more active. And kind of like in the combats and whatnot, but nonetheless I'm liking it there. I think this is a solid addition here as well, possibly. Shivering Skellington, okay. It's gonna be somewhat of a... like a boss, but... Okay, our first blue. I already picked it up, unfortunately, wanted to be taking a screenshot, but nonetheless. Seems like that it was maybe... like an... exceptional champion, could be saying, possibly even. Okay, let's take a screenshot now. I'm hoping that the screenshots are actually being taken. I'll be disappointed if not, but one lucky hit chance. What was that lucky hit? Strength increases armor, intelligence increases skill damage, and increases resistances to elements. Willpower is resource regen and healing received and overpower damage. What the hell is overpower? Yeah, okay, that's nice, but how do I keep it actually here? So that I can look at what the overpower is, because it seems to be like some kind of link. Dexterity increases critical strike and increases dodge chance. Yeah, I'm really liking critical strike in my RPGs. I'd be liking something into dex. Still nothing from the rest. Okay, let's pick up the panties. And you also, by the way, do have instant identification, obviously. You don't have to be going to Deckard. Who is that, right? Unless maybe proven otherwise. 72 armor. Jesus Christ, what kind of pants are these? +1 to all stats as well. Nice. Getting up in the world. Apprentices wand. Okay, that's a kind of enemy. Let's first deal with those, then we're gonna be enjoying maybe looking at the wand. I wonder if the wand is gonna be also for Necro here, as it was in 2. Or if it's gonna be a sorcerer thing. Can you hold? Yeah. Okay, you don't have to be quick, and you can be holding, and it's gonna be ticking continuously. Good. And we are back in the big room. Alright. So here I've made a circle, and therefore that's gonna be only one way to go. Right. I can see we're holding FPS and still getting stutters here and there. Really, repeating myself, I do think it's gonna be because of the loading from HDD. Hide boots at, you can say about not 20. Nice. Much better than the ones we had actually before. But you can say apprentices wand. So, do you have like a signal that this is supposed to be for your character, or do you not? You can use like everything, even for example like some axes and whatnot, because they don't seem to be having any kind of requirements, right? So it seems like you're gonna be able to use all this, kind of like all the tools and all the stuff. It's not gonna be locked beyond your character, unless maybe that's gonna be coming only later somewhere, those items. Damage per second is gonna be better, 27. You do have +2 lucky hit chance. What the hell is that lucky hit chance? I have seen it somewhere. Okay, stats. Deeper statistics here. Having tons of gold already. Sanctuary used across vendors and crafters. Refund points. Can we use the refund points invested into the skill tree or paragon? Okay, so you can buy back skill points. Red dust. Purchase items from PvP. Altars of extraction by purifying seeds of hatred. And okay, so the red dust is PvPs. And obols used to purchase items from the purveyor of curiosities. Random. Okay, so that's gonna be for special loot. So something like if you would be buying from Vert in Diablo 1, I guess, something like those lines. Level. You gain base life and core stats. Yeah, so you don't put the statistics in. So a bit less of an RPG. Though, it has to be mentioned that in Diablo 2 you are often going into life with the others only for gear, but even that is actually somewhat important and part of the RPG at least experience. Until 50 grants a skill point, afterwards each quarter of a level grants a paragon point. Damage by between you and enemy are adjusted according to the level difference. Okay, so you do have scaling therefore. So something like in Skyrim or Oblivion or whatnot, you're gonna be therefore having enemies scaling with you for the power. Instead of basically just having, same as Diablo 2, that you will be having in lower levels weaklings you will be able to own later. And later monsters of course will be stronger, okay. And therefore you could be going into territories where you'll be having to go back later potentially, because you can't be doing it at a certain level. No, okay. Don't have to much an opinion on that yet. Let's see how it plays out. Monsters in this level have 11.7% visible damage reduction. Wait, what? So if you're gonna be reaching certain level, monsters are gonna be getting like progressively stronger. As in, they're gonna be getting lesser handicap. Huh. Interesting. It's gonna maybe try to remember this 11.7% visible damage reduction here. Strength increases armor. Okay, increases. No, okay. We have seen that. Offensive weapon damage. Base damage of your equipped weapons. Skills scale their base damage using this value. One-handed weapons, some of their base attack values. Okay. And two-handed, this is the base attack value. Alright, like this way. So if you're gonna be having two one-handed weapons, I guess it's gonna be a sum. Probably this way. Okay. So you can therefore put another weapon into the right slot, right? Oh, apparently not. Maybe it's not gonna be that simple. Attack speed. Alright, when wielding one-handed weapons, average speed. Okay, that's interesting. But that's gonna be probably still keeping that for both with their original speeds. But just the statistic is gonna be averaged. I'm hoping at least. Critical strike deals 50% bonus damage. Alright. Poison and whatnot cannot be dealing critical. And this is right about now how much you can get. Get it 100% against other players. And as a base value of 50, so you can be therefore increasing that through items. Overpower. So what does that do? When you cast a skill, it has a chance to overpower all of the damage it deals. Overpower deals the deal bonus damage based on the sum of your current life and fortify. Bonus damage dealt scales with the skill. Okay, so that's like a somewhat of a different crit, it feels like. No, skills cannot overpower the overtime again. Cannot increase as a basic stat, but they can be guaranteed by specific effects. Oh, so it's gonna be... Oh, this way. That's gonna be like when you have Crushing Blow, for example, in Diablo 2. That's probably gonna be somewhat of a similar idea behind it. No, so simply different crit. Overpower damage, yes, kept at 150 against players, base value 50 again. Damage dealt skills with skill of overpowered, sure. Stacks with the bonus damage inherently granted, alright. Vulnerable damage. Extra damage granted against vulnerable enemies. Okay, not entirely certain what that is. There's a base value of 20, you have 0, okay. Thorns. Deals damage to attackers when hit by direct attacks. Excludes attacks that are entirely damaged over time. Okay, so this is somewhat like Iron Maiden. Damage dealt is affected by the skill damage increase from your intelligence. Okay. Max life, potion charges. Can apparently get a bit more of them. From zone progress and items. Life on kill, sure, that's leech. Armor reduces incoming physical damage. Both physical and bleeding. Non-physical damage is partially reduced according to your armor contribution. So you are having just a bit of elemental damage from your normal armor class as well. Interesting. Yeah, and the rest is from the elemental resistance. It differs in PvP. So they're gonna be having completely different kind of style of play. In PvP, block chance, sure, reduce 40% of incoming damage. Right. And that's right about now the block reduction, therefore. That can be different. Dodge chance, when you would receive direct damage, you have a chance to do 0.3%. That's not entirely too high. As this stat increases, additional bonuses become less effective. Yeah, so that probably is gonna be meant to prevent some kind of broken builds where it will be basically impossible to be hit. Fire resistances reduces the incoming fire damage by 0.3. Makes up 50% of your initial damage reduction from fire, with the remainder contributed by armor. Right. So armor contribution is 50. That means we are having therefore 0.3 basic, so it's gonna be like 0.35 probably somewhat. Or no. That's gonna be different. Wait, what? I don't get this too much. Direct fire and burning damage, alright. Reduces incoming cold by 0.3. Makes up 50% of your initial damage. Oh, right. So that's gonna be like a complete 0.7 is the armor plus this. Okay, this is the resistance that we have. And 0.4 is therefore coming from the armor, which means... Wait, what? Inherent percentage that armor contributes to your base damage reduction against non-physical attacks. So basically you have this, and then you double this because of the armor. But at that point, does it matter how much we have armor? Okay, right now it actually reduced. So it does matter somehow. Okay, I'm probably stupid. I don't get this too much. There's I think there's some kind of number missing here. How much of the armor is gonna be contributed to the resistances? Because it's like it's half of all the resistances, but nonetheless, what kind of like number from the armor it is? Because it's not like 50%, definitely not. There's some kind of like basic number that this is gonna be counting from and off. Not entirely seeing it right now. Maximum essence, ascent regen, movement speed. Okay. Temporary buffs exceeded lucky hit chance. So what is that? Increases the chance of triggering lucky hits with your skills. I still don't understand what's the lucky hit. I guess just like bigger damage or whatever, or maximum damage. Something like with bless, or I don't know. But PvP reduction and armor contribution. Yeah, it's just like PvP, I don't really care about that, so not gonna be probably bothering thinking about it too much. Inherent damage reduction granted against other players. Okay, and inherent percentage that armor contributes. It's gonna be there for making probably PvPs a bit longer than otherwise. Remaining damage reduction is determined by your appropriate element resistance. Okay, interesting bits of knowledge, and therefore, let's go downwards. No, for a moment was getting interested if this is gonna be actually already meaning something. But apparently they are still gonna be quite weak. Oh, they were swarming us. Somewhat of a decent ambience music so far. Frankly, not as iconic as in the other Diablo games. But seems to be somewhat fitting. It's gonna be, I guess, about getting used to it. And I'm kinda happy that it's actually not stuttering as much anymore. Okay, there's a shaman somewhere, right? There is. Kinda happy that it's not stuttering as much here in the dungeon. So it was on the outside. Maybe it's gonna be also caused just by the snow falling or whatnot. Yeah, otherwise it's not gonna be too bad, therefore I will be happy for that. I'm really kinda happy that I can even stream it and play it at the same time. It's gonna be about now looking how it's shaping up in OBS. Seems to be okay. Okay, shaman. How about not? Plenty of empty rooms without anything on them. Seems like that even though I'm casting all the time, I'm basically losing absolutely no essence. Like, at all. Yeah, we also do have the extra levels, so we should be also getting maybe some new skill. Well, I'm thinking that's also a bit showing how easy actually the start is. That we're not even needing to allocate our skills. It's gonna be next level, so we're gonna be having to backtrack a bit. Otherwise, what definitely the game feels like is that it's very corridory. And there's basically kind of setting you in a certain direction. I'm gonna be having to wait and see more of the outdoors. But even that one seemed to be really kind of hammering you in a certain direction. In the dungeon you can maybe somewhat understand it a bit. But when you compare it with... yeah, compare it with the previous games, then the Diablo 2 and 1, then basically you were having really large areas in all kinds of way interconnected as well. It seems to be kind of like a really very long corridor overall. Always that healing well next to the level. Oh, you're getting fancy. Smells like a boss room. So I'm gonna be even putting my hand onto the potions here, just to make sure. Okay, and we had the boots, right? Okay, heavy boots +2. Okay, right before the fight. Short sword. Critical strike damage. But I'm kinda liking my healing. Keep it this way so far. Well, hello, boy. Exfal the Scar, the Baron. Okay, Skellington's definitely getting right about now hammered here. Finally, but not entirely that terribly. Oh, okay. Gonna be getting more beasts. And you can see we're absolutely not losing essence at all. Okay, I could have done it probably without the heal, but nonetheless, I wanted to be using the orbs on the ground. Okay. Still dead, boy. Okay, you can see the crack on our health. That means that I'm vulnerable, right? They do have some bodies for skeletons. Well, that was pretty easy. Book of the Dead. Class feature unlock. No, doesn't really seem too complicated. Okay, that was a very simple boss fight. Compare it with something like a, I don't know, with Butcher, for example. Yeah, that was a boss fight nobody was ready for ever. Or even like Leoric wasn't entirely that easy, really. It was also fairly complicated. And right now, remembering from Diablo 2, I mean, like the boss caves, for example, even in the first area, the bosses are actually even sometimes quite a bit challenging. Those caves weren't really this easy. Okay, so you can apparently go immediately out. Is this some kind of further treasure, or was that it? Heavy Norfolk skeletons still, they really are quite a bit strong, it seems to me. Maybe a bit too strong, they just don't die. Remember in Diablo 2 they just really do die fairly more commonly. So I guess that's it therefore, right? We have been here, right? It's a weird map. It's not showing properly. Let's check it out just to make sure. But I'm thinking we've been there. Yep. Dead bodies everywhere. Okay, nice to be having the shortcut out, so you don't have to be backtracking so much. Let's go straight back at... Yeah, that's right, at home, right? Yes, okay. So what did we get? We got new pants, but they are way worse. Then we got a Wise Fiendish Folio. +4 intelligence, damage per hit, attacks per second, 2% cooldown reduction. That's like a weapon. Oh, you actually equip through, right? Ah, I was trying to double click it right now, seeing in the tooltip. If you're gonna be comparing, it's a buckler. Okay, so it's a shield. That's what it is. +1 thorns is really kind of useless. Yeah, it's gonna be better. Okay, so let's get that. And harmonious size. So we actually got something from our character and for our character. What an oddity. What an oddity, actually. +1 life on kill for all stats. Much better damage. Yeah. Okay, so you do have improvement. Aha! That's actually a double-hander though. Magic two-handed scythe. And you can see it's necromancy all the way to the bottom. Okay, so there are gonna be things that are only class. Sima's... What? Buckler is only necromancer? What the hell? But yeah, okay, they are gonna be class items. Alright, they are here. No, what's the question therefore? Because right about now, full ore stats is somewhat nice. But folio, which is gonna be giving us cooldown reduction. And much more important, also +4 intelligence. Is that better or not? Fiendish folio. Okay, let's try to play this way. And you're gonna be right now therefore marking the other things as junk. And what does that do? You're gonna be able to sell all the junk therefore like immediately.
Gotta protect yourself out there.
Can integrate that now, resetting the shades. So, you're gonna be seeing all the user interfaces that we need. It's gonna be apparently just kinda like maybe selecting junk so that you're gonna be having a bit easier inventory management, I'm thinking. It's not gonna be anything too much deeper than that, I guess. Unlocks new look on salvage. How do you like salvage or whatever? Maybe it's not available yet. So maybe gonna keep that for the things. If they're gonna be unlocking new looks on salvage, then I guess. So maybe keep that for the time being.
You've returned.
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light, you are heaven sent. Oh, I'm so sorry. We haven't any coin to offer. But we have hot stew, good company, and...
Stay for a pint.
Wash out the taste of the stew.
We'd be honored if you'd join us.
Well, entirely fitting actually holding the tankard in there. Okay, something's getting a bit weird here. Seems like the guys are not too friendly after all. Probably the monsters are supposed to be killing me. I saw my corpse, and from my mouth crawled hatred. A father burned his children on a fire, and a mother molded a new age from the ashes. I saw the weak made strong, a pack of lambs feasting on wolves. The tears of blood rained on a desert jewel, and the way to hell was torn asunder. Then came a spear of light, piercing hatred's heart, and he who was bound in chains was set free. Chains was set free, Ratma's prophecy. So why are you gonna be feeding us too?
By mother's blood, by mother's body, so shall you witness her glory before you die. Not ready yet.
Okay.
They're coming! The whole damn village! Get up! Get up! We have to fight our way out! There! Take them! May the light preserve us.
Well, what a nice little village. Kinda nice if you're getting out of nowhere the skeletons, of course, here. I was kinda thinking gonna be at least without and having to get them up again. That would have been much better design, but alright. Give me your gold, you freaking murderer. I think I can probably get rid of the FPS. Joseph! That's gonna be quite a bit Czech name. Okay, so what do we have here? Harmonious Simple Dagger. All stats. Okay, not for us too much. Neutralizing Leather Doublet. Wow. 7.5% poison resistance, sorry. But 110 armor, Jesus Christ. Fancy. Looks like that we actually getting less on us. But I guess it's gonna be there for better. Stannis the Menace. Oh well, look at him.
You are blessed like us now.
That was all of them. Light willing.
Okay, so at this point I also could be getting some new skills, therefore. So, probably continuation, I guess, with the Bone Spear here. Sprint has a 30% chance to fire 2 additional projectiles. Yeah, let's go there. Guess we can. We have 2 of those, and now we can go into the next level. Bloodlands. Okay, Blood Surge. Draw blood from the enemies dealing damage. Expel blood Nova dealing 20 damage. That's gonna be something like almost a fireball, simply Nova. Blight. Unleash concentrated blight. Deals 12 damage and leaves behind a defined area. Sever. Yeah, that's the charge. Somewhat. And hued flesh. Your damage has up to 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. And that's right now what the lucky hit actually does. No, and Bone Spear, conjure Bone Spear from the ground, dealing 35 damage and piercing through enemies. From the ground. Is that ever thrown or... No, from the ground, so therefore it's not gonna be thrown, right? So it's not gonna be like the bone splinters. It's not fire. So it's gonna be like only against an opponent in the spot. I think I like in the Blood Surge to be having at least one. No, and then it's a bit of a question. Blood lance that lingers in an enemy for 3 seconds. Dealing 80 damage to the enemy and all other lanced enemies. Extra crit. 20% chance per hit to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Not sure if I want to be really investing into it too much. Sense cost 10. It's costing 5. Okay, so it's gonna be a bit more expensive. Let's try it. I don't know. We'll see. How do you change this? Just like drag and drop? Oh, right. Okay, so skills are gonna be brought up. And gonna be that. Yeah, okay, drag and drop.
Madman! Those heretics drugged me after I returned from the ruins. Just like you. I came to my wits and escaped. Tried to get inside the chapel, but it was locked and...
Even that effect in there.
What manner of evil is this? Petals? Of blood?
They must have fed them to me.
A blasphemous ritual. How did they learn this? Perhaps the answer lies in the chapel. They kept it locked up for a reason. The key might be on that woman who was leading them.
Okay. Yes, it most certainly was. Like, you know, they have him practically gold absolutely everywhere beyond every stump. Okay, where exactly are we right now? Oh, we are like beyond that. Okay, so let's backtrack slightly. See if there are gonna be some treasures. Or wait. Oh no, this is actually the home. Okay, so do we have like some kind of loot here right now or not? Seems like not. And we can still therefore go further here. Yeah, it's still blocked. So I guess that's gonna be the next part. Where was that chapel? Was it actually here? No, that's where we came from. Nonetheless, it is. Wait, what? Might are getting a bit lost, but nonetheless, it seems like therefore, because there was that place where I couldn't go to, but it seems like it was therefore to the right. I wasn't remembering it correctly. I wonder if they respawn all the time, those parts and those things. That you are getting the loot from. Ah, there he is. Yeah, that was the point.
Only fire can cleanse the darkness in this place. Have a look inside, but hurry. I will prepare the torch.
Looking for the town priest. He stopped sending tithes, and I came to find out why. As I neared the village, I sensed darkness around the ruins. I went to investigate. Found the priest's body. Demons. Foolishly, I took shelter in Nevesk and ate their food. You know the rest.
That we do. That we do.
Blood petals. Like the ones I was fed. Is this real?
Skellingtons again just disappearing for the cutscene. It's again kind of liking the cutscenes in engine actually, it's fairly nice. Otherwise, you're gonna be needing some stutters for us. So sorry for that. Sorry for that.
Shameful. Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity. You drink and gamble. You covet and steal. Shameful.
Is their birthright. My children. The lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
She did not resist.
Vani, it's me. I brought your child into this world.
Well, everyone has their fun in different ways.
The first of many. Go to the dry steppes and continue your preparations. Now, our truth begins.
You came to thank the light. You collapsed inside. I thought the darkness had swallowed you. I dragged you here and put this cursed place to the torch. What happened to you in there?
I saw a vision. A horned demon. She said the lords of hell are coming. She wanted to help the people survive.
Help them?
She called them her children. And they welcomed her like a mother.
Mother? No. It cannot be.
I must report to the cathedral. Listen, there is a hermit to the northeast. A man of questionable loyalty. But he knows of the forbidden. He might be useful to us.
Bring him to the cathedral in Kiovashad, and you will be in the light's favor.
Okay, so that's why it's gonna be opening our path. Something fancy to find here, or... apparently not so much. Okay, so that's blocked, so I guess that the path here to the north that you're looking at a bit earlier is gonna be therefore allowed by now. Yeah, look at actually the effect on the skills. There's a kind of vitrage. Altars of Lilith. Permanent stat boosts to all characters on this realm. So, is that gonna be having some negative effect, or... Because I don't think you want to be worshipping Lilith that much, right? Is that like the right thing to do? No, I mean like, let's test it, right? First and foremost. Maximum capacity of murmuring obols has been increased by 5. Altar of Lilith Finder. Claim an altar of Lilith. Okay. Challenges apparently. Can say I'm gonna be having some collecciones here. Recently completed and like... Oh, there we go. Of course, almost nothing. Swift Hunter that we did on the testing character. Oh, you're gonna be having millions of achievements here. Level 50, 2 legendary paragon nodes as barbarians, and of course with all the rogue, of course, assassin. Yeah, okay, so you're gonna be having about millions of things here to potentially collect into and improve into as you're gonna be playing through the game. Exploration, hardcore monsters, multiplayer, open world, quests, feats of strength. Is what? Apparently nothing yet. Because it's gonna be added in the full game, therefore. Guess so, but nonetheless, it's interesting little part here. And you're having some amulet there, right? Okay, Choker of Penance. Resistance to all elements. A two-tied choker worn by those faithful to the Cathedral of Light. Slight discomfort keeps on guarded against impurity. Okay, let's get that up. Cellars are small chambers that contain a wide range of content. Okay, some kind of like dungeons, I guess. Yeah, looks like dungeons. One hell of a cellar then.
I lack the required essence.
Okay, so right now the essence is quite a bit more difficult to get through the spear. Okay, so I'm thinking you're gonna be there for having to probably keep on this. Maybe it'll land somewhere later once you get a bit more power. So that was legitimately just like a bit of a little boss fight, I guess. A boss fight. Like a champion fight, maybe. Doesn't seem to be even included in any kind of chest. So literally just a few guys to massacre. So, mini dungeon. Very mini dungeon. Strider's Crown. Can see some new helm. It's gonna be probably the first one, right? Strider's Crown. Yeah, we don't have anything else, so let's put it on. So that we look properly ridiculous. Another folio. It's gonna be better than what we have. Seems like it, yes, 30, 33, 1, 2, 2, 2 all stats. 2 all stats is gonna be better, I guess, than just the intelligence in there. Wow. There was some damage by the bear. He actually, at this point, already put something of a dent into the skeletons, finally. Seems like it may be gonna be leaving the time of the easy battles. And we have a shrine. Artillery shrine. So divine weapons a bit the worthy. You attack faster and summon arrows. Okay, and it's gonna be apparently also trap. Wow. Jesus Christ, we really attack fast. And apparently we murder also the poor deer. So everything that's gonna be in the path is gonna get killed. I wonder if you're gonna be able to kill that for villages. Or some kind of people, but they're probably not gonna be around, I guess. So just the poor animals, I guess, are gonna be the only ones to be our unwitting and unwilling victims. New helmet. Oh, nice, 91. And better healing received. Disappointed. So hoping to be getting some mausoleum. Yes, with next to Bloodraven. Gold plains. And the burial grounds. Okay, so short sword, but that's not gonna be something you're gonna be using. So no need to be looking at that yet. I think I have him pretty good armor at this point, even though this one is getting close by. But what we have is gonna be probably hard to pass, I'm thinking, for a bit. Since you have him plenty of stuttery, just maybe kind of like showcasing how it is with the resource management currently. And I can see no spikes on anything, and still I can write about no problems here with that. I really absolutely certain at this point that it's gonna be just loading from normal hard drive instead of SSD. There was some kind of trap, right? Because when he actually turned that village over, the ravens kind of swooped in, and, well, that was slightly weird. The destruction of the area is looking somewhat nice. It's not looking bad at all. Traversos. You can traverse through marked areas using... Okay, so you actually travel through here to like there. Alright. Okay, so you can get up here. Okay, so it's gonna be like shortcuts, I guess. Somewhat of a fancy element. A bit much more complicated in that. So you have there for new gloves. 28, that is the same. execute in short sword, better critical strike and lucky hit. Chance to execute injured to non-elites. Wow. I can just insta-kill with that, if you're lucky, that is. Well, hello. It's kind of cool how they actually going from the roof, or from the ceiling rather. And we got slow down. Oh well, let's get in some special effects right now also activated finally on us. Ah, okay. So there's the special ability of this of the Spideys. If they're gonna be catching you, then you're gonna be slowed down by the weapon. Okay. Right about now the ambience is slightly weird. You're kind of having some cool singing, but on the other hand you're just kind of like murdering here all around. Doesn't seem to be entirely fitting as a dungeon music, to be honest. So while the music is nice itself, not kind of like all that sold on the fact that it's a dungeoneering one. Okay, looks like it's gonna be pretty much it, I guess, for the spot. But there was some things also in there. So fiendish folio, cooldown reduction, but you don't have anything extra. 1 life on kill. It's gonna be actually better than what we have. 1 speed, 30, 19, but 22, and then 1 on kill. Okay, so gonna be getting some improvement finally on our weapon. Then the tunic sucks. Relic school. What is that supposed to be? Buckler, thorns. That's gonna be probably against the folio, right? Attacks per second. And gonna be having 2% cooldown reduction. Yeah, okay, so that's basically like the shriveled heads, the zombie heads and whatnot with necromancy in Diablo 2. No, but this is gonna be there for better. Herbs and ore can be found throughout the world and are used by artisans for a variety of functions. Okay, so gonna be collecting those.
Roads blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed.
Hide pants, like hide them from the sight. Just take your pants down and let's see what happens after. Okay, that's looking like a very large area. Looks like some kind of possible boss fight.
Roads blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed. Roads blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed. Roads blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed.
All the roads are blocked. Absolutely all of them. An odd assortment of empty bottles, some of them still reeking of strong spirits. Yeah, seems like that our hermit is having some good day here. And some fun times. Alright, so what do we have? Nothing great, nope, 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 and nope. Good to know. Now, considering how filled our inventory is getting, it's about time to be getting into some trader again. Nice. 1 to all stats, 3 to intelligence. That's effectively right about now. This one better. Plus 1 to all, I guess. Barely. Getting 1 extra statistic, right? Think about it, actually the people around here need to be incredibly wealthy. And you having just literally money thrown absolutely everywhere.
My burden is too great.
Really? It really is. I can help not only the interactables are actually getting destroyed. And I'm gonna be throwing in
My burden is too great.
Gonna be throwing it in the spell. Okay, so is there some kind of cost? Okay, so 27, gloves are at 25, 27, armor is at 26. Stradded shoes, the gloves seems to be... Okay, yeah, keeping this because we were wanted to be actually keeping it for the transmog. Why was it actually blaring when you have nothing here? I guess it was probably for the key a bit earlier. Okay, hide pants can be probably thrown away. The beast escaped from the trap, but it didn't make it far. Whoever was hunting this creature is nowhere in sight. Wow, that's quite a bit gruesome. I was kind of thinking there's actually something glowing, but it seems like that was, I don't know, some footsteps or some kind of remainder of the energy of the skeletons. Yeah, I'm thinking at this point it's quite a bit clear we're not getting level 20 today for that special pop, but that will be requiring quite an incredibly long session, considering our kind of like careful and slow approach to the game. So, yeah, well, not entirely too disappointed by that. Maybe just a bit, but not much you can do. Whatever is brewing smells awful. Was kind of thinking he's just gonna let us know that probably somebody's gonna be there for nearby.
What are you hiding back here?
Herbs, mushrooms, organs, not for cooking. A healer's tools, they look freshly used. So yeah, we apparently having him somewhere nearby.
Short fangs, young, freshly turned, an easy kill. Further south than the others. They're spreading.
Coated in dried blood. Is this intended to catch beast or human? Depends. No, that's probably some fallen shaman, I guess.
If you're going to trespass into my home, rifle through my things, then at least have the decency to join me for supper. I'm bloody hungry.
Yeah, I would like something better than in that stupid village.
That's quite the story.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Why did I have that vision?
Thank those friendly villagers. They gave you the blood of Lilith.
The blood of a demon.
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago. But this world is her creation. It was prophesied she would come back.
What does she want?
That's the question. Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war between angels and demons. But Lilith serves neither side. She has her own plans for us.
And me? Am I corrupted?
Not sure yet. But you two share a connection. What will you do about it?
Use it. Find out what she's after.
Good. Then we're in this together. Rest while you can. Then we'll start in Kiobashad. If we can't stop Lilith, we'll all be damned.
Looks that way. Okay, so level 6. And we get some fancy things here or not. Apparently only for the quest a bit earlier. Otherwise nothing really new. But you have a new skill to allocate. I need him plenty here. So the speed wasn't entirely used, we didn't use that, so I guess you're just gonna be sticking... Your damage has up to 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. I don't know if this is gonna be useful or not somehow. It's kinda interesting how they actually forcing you to spend, right? So you can be basically keeping that for a bit longer, so that you would then basically spend it later. So you have to be having some specific spend, so that's somewhat preventing thinking some specific builds as in Diablo 2. But I'm thinking that let's therefore go more for this. We are using it quite a lot more. And apparently you can be hitting only one of those. You can see the other is gonna be crossed. So hitting the same enemy gives you critical and has 20% chance per hit to make enemies vulnerable. Which could be kinda useful, and we are going for the skeletons. Therefore they will be having some better chances on hits. I kinda usually like critical strike. But I'm thinking that coordination with the boys is gonna be a bit better probably. If it kinda works the way I'm thinking that it should be working. So it seems like the storm therefore has passed, right? And you're gonna be therefore able to get through. Looks that way. Okay, gonna be having quite a bit of stutter, having to load quite a few things new here. Oh, look at that. Fancy. Fancy can be actually seen even down below into the next level. That's something like, if you remember Ariad Summit, right? In the Barbarian Lord of Destruction territory. Then you could be of course seeing all kinds of ways down, but you kind of, I don't think you ever saw any kind of monsters in there. I'm fairly certain that you didn't. Wow, Orvain even. So right now everything is gonna be looking a bit different, so even for example those interactables gonna be maybe a bit harder for me to spot, and they did respawn apparently. Fairly certain we collected all of these here. Oh well, not gonna be like min-maxing here. Not gonna be bothering with all of them.
My burden is too great.
But actually every time it stands still. Okay, we have seen it stick in the ground, his staff, in the previous skill. Right now it's gonna be like on the ground. You can see quite nice diversity that way. Who cares about Baclerion? So do we want to continue here? What is this though gonna be then? Some kind of loot territory. Yeah. There is the loot. Handsicle. Okay, so I'm gonna get in some new scythe, it looks like. What do we throw to the ground? What is kinda useless? Simple scythe, only 3, but I do have a bit of a sentimental value it has for me from a bit earlier. Well, let's just throw some gloves, I guess. Handsicle. 2. Oh, quite a bit of a power in there. Damage is gonna be 30-46, sure. Can compare it this way. 1 con kill and damage to distant enemies. Oh, that's nice. It was worthwhile to visit.
My burden is too great.
Okay, he just straight actually jumps it down. I was kind of wondering if he's gonna just teleport or how it's gonna be handled. How did he actually therefore get up? Did he kind of just like jump as well? Ah, he also climbs, okay. But down he apparently is a bit more of a boss than us. I guess it's gonna be maybe some, well, speed mechanism, probably not, because you are still taking a long time to even get down. Interesting basically that you get map of the whole territory right after.
Never thought I'd live to see all this.
Okay, so you're gonna be apparently in the town. That should have been a bit safer than it seems like that it is. Okay, nothing to here. Gauntletinos, better. Okay, armor and 2 critical strike, nice. That's gonna be better.
The angel in Arius. I'm sure you've heard the Cathedral of Light babbling about their Holy Father. Well, he's real. An angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it. Let's not linger. Kiobashad lies just ahead.
The inscription is badly marked by claw marks. May light of Fath in Arius down upon us, down upon all way travelers of this land, turn face towards its ours, not ours, towards its something, our race, I don't know. And find strength renewed, probably. Yeah, it's gonna be probably a number of letters. Respite? No, that's not respite. I don't know. Something. Towards its... I don't know what kind of word it could be. Nothing pops into my mind currently. Oh, the longer actually loads, I'm always kind of dreading that maybe the game is gonna crash on me. But so far it has been holding pretty well. Besides this unfortunate part. Seems like it really is streaming. I don't think that the streaming is a problem. I'm really thinking that not. The game is able to handle it somewhat alright. But yeah, the SSD would be nice. But that's not entirely something that I can get into my computer. And frankly, it also wouldn't be like the priority, to be honest. Okay, so there's the town to the right. Ooh, huge territory. Still plenty to look for here. Through, rather. Kinda thinking that actually like the field of view is somewhat small. I'll be liking to be seeing a bit more of the battlefield. As in Diablo 2 you see a lot more, and therefore at this point it's kinda cramped, and for example seeing and trying to get into the shamans on the edge of the screen is kinda like a bit obnoxious, to be honest, a bit annoying if you don't see them properly. You see them kind of enough, I'll be liking simply a bit more. probably not gonna be better, right? Simple scythe. But at least it's gonna be worth a bit more. That was very well hidden, loose stone. Almost didn't see that. Event is nearby. Event join. Caravan under siege. Slay the enemies. Let's do that then. That's it? Wow. That was damn easy.
Look out!
It wasn't all of it yet. Okay, this is probably not gonna be endless, right? Okay, there's some kind of stupid. He's actually, wow, reviving even those big dudes, it looks like. Oh, we have a timer. Alright, now I'm actually seeing that. I didn't see it before. So right now I guess he's just gonna be finishing what is here, and that's gonna be it. Yep. Oh, okay, Marathon Obols. Try the shoe side. Okay, music is getting a bit louder, but nonetheless you're getting some cool loot here. Okay, so let's throw away some nonsenses. Tunic, for example, for the scythe. That will be... That's a two-handed one, unfortunately. No. Still not certain if the two-handed scythes are that worthwhile. Still not really 100% about it. And the shoes. Oh, well. You didn't have actually magical one. Lightning resistance. Nice. Thank you very much. And there's also something here, a leather doublet. What do we throw away? I guess the Strider's crown, but it was the first one. Kinda want to be keeping it to sell it. Okay, height tunic, for example. Leather doublet. 116, quite cool. 7.5 poison resistance and lightning. Yeah, I guess I like that a bit more. Seems nice. Okay, so that's gonna be one of the type of events, therefore. Alright, good to know. Where is the girl, or kinda like the woman from the caravan? She's just like off? Yeah, okay, everything is right now disappearing, so she just kinda like either ran off or despawned straight, I don't know. You even got the level from that fight. No, we killed quite a few guys. Right, so the next one, yeah, we can be going to the right. Hemorrhage. Burst an enemy's blood, dealing 60 damage. Sure. Decompose 7 per second, tear the flesh of from an enemy. heals you for 2.5 of your maximum life and draw in blood from enemies. 4 more enemies are drawn from. I'm still thinking this might be a bit useful down the line. Damage by blood surge Nova while you are healthy. 1 stack of overwhelming blood. Okay, so you get actually into stacks even. That's getting quite a bit complicated here. And each time enemy is hit, blood surges Nova, you are fortified by 1% base life. Over 50% of your maximum life, blood surge deals 20% increased damage. I don't know, I'm kinda tempted to be probably getting the hued flesh because it kinda seems like it maybe gonna be getting some use of the corpses later. As the corpse explosion, for that, I think it's gonna be somewhat of an interesting combo. Let's get it. I'm not gonna probably get to test it today, as we're nearing the end of the beta, but nonetheless, seems like probably to be making some sense. It kind of feels to me the number of loot and kind of like the lootables, especially those, it's really just like incredibly high. Okay, we need to be apparently finding our way back there. Gonna be jumping down. Oh, you can actually shoot there. Can you damage them? No, probably not. No. Oh, you can. And they're gonna be. Are they gonna be running all the way here? That's. Nah. Seems like the AI is not entirely that clever. But I want to be. Oh well. Some do. Some do actually make it all the way. But I need to be getting back anyway. I want to be killing everybody. It's kind of ice lake. Even on the lower graphics, doesn't entirely look that bad, the game. You can definitely tell that it's lower graphics. And again, Diablo 2 Resurrected looks better. But nonetheless, I think it's quite a bit passable to say the least. So I'm thinking quite a bit alright, graphically. Could be maybe imagining a bit more, but again, yeah, well, for that, I would need to be having something more of a computer. And we're back in the town, right? Yes. Problem is I don't remember if you have been to the top in that piece of land to the right, so I just have to be right now rechecking that. I think we did, but nonetheless. It's not entirely too far away. But we, for example, miss. No, nothing. If that would have been a gold, it would have been worthwhile, but... Yo, right now I remember. Of course, you were here. Kind of that random detail, I can see that little twig here. Growing through the rock and from the rock. Yeah, it was that outcropping we have been to already before. No, seems like a town therefore is gonna be at this point reached successfully. And there are actually even alive people here. Good.
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have no
first...
time for this. To enter Kiyobushad, you must perform a cleansing ritual.
It's kinda cool how the music goes down when you are into dialogue. Got muted a bit.
Just let him through, lad. I've tried for years to get Lorath to do the ritual.
Fine. But this one stays.
I'll meet you inside.
That's not fair.
Take a piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe it with the sin which troubles you. Then cast it into the brazier. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the light burn away your sin.
Well, if only things actually were that simple in life. Wow, so it's gonna be our sin. Nothing but scribbles to the wood. Greed, pride, anger, fear. I mean, like, we're not religious or in kind of way. So, I guess we should be probably going for the last one. I guess making somewhat like a atheistic sense, I guess. But I'd be kind of lucky in, like, not even doing anything on that, just like throwing it without anything. And to see what happens after. I'm kind of curious about that.
This is a waste of time.
Did you say something?
There's a bit weird graphic in there. Mistimed. I can actually throw a bit more of them there, it seems like.
Good. You must feel as
yes,
though
sure.
weight has been lifted from you. Welcome to Kiyobushad.
I'm expecting too many lootables in the town, I guess. Enter Kiyobushad during open beta or early. Yeah, well, that is gonna be an achievement. Priority quest: introduce or unlock new features and systems. Okay, so it seems like this is gonna be like the first big hurdle. We have basically finished prologue, I guess. Took only about 2 hours.
So, what did you write on a little piece of wood? I bet you didn't write anything at all. Wouldn't blame you. Well,
by the way, this guy,
as little, I suppose.
The voice, that is the guy from Game of Thrones, from the Ironborn, who actually betrayed Theon. And like the leader of the Ironborn in Winterfell. That's definitely him by the voice. I'd be betting that it is. Or somebody who definitely sounds incredibly close to him. Wonder if this is gonna be scripted. If he's always gonna be saying that you didn't write anything at all. I would be thinking that it's going to be most probably actually somewhat connected.
I'm off to the dry steppes in search of that pale man from your vision. I must know what part he plays in all this. But first, I need you to retrieve something of mine while I finish my negotiations. A merchant in the center of the city has it. Just tell him I sent you.
Okay, classic fetch quest.
Sacrificing. Summoning demons. Honing all the wonderful gifts that Lilith gave them.
That was what they were doing in the ruins. Tell me of Inarius.
The cathedral loves to go on about him. His imprisonment in hell, his valiant escape, his glorious return here, the world he created. But they never mention how being tortured in hell for a few millennia turned you into an arse.
Return was prophesized? No, well, of course, everything is prophesized one day.
The rise of the primevals, the return of Lilith and Inarius, the doom of our world. Inarius adopted the prophecy for his own selfish purposes, put it in the Cathedral of Light's gospel, and made it seem like he would be the hero to save us. Tattoos, sway back, cloudy eyes. This poor thing is practically crowbait.
With what you're paid, you're lucky she has 4 legs.
Not liking the gifted horse, it seems like. Oh, gifted, it's probably gonna be paid for, I guess. But what do we see there for here? Elizabeth, curiosities. That's the obols, or what it's called. Veroka, alchemist. Upgrade potions, craft elixirs, incense, and refine your resources. Litka, the healer. Zivek, blacksmith, can craft armor weapons, repair equipment, and salvage materials. Alright. Raising spirits. Side quest, Portier statue, wardrobe. Stazhe. Kratia, jewelers can craft gems and manage sockets on your items. Level 20 though needed. Idania is about rings and amulets. And Demian is the occultist, can extract and imprint aspects. I don't think we've actually learned anything about it yet. And you can see some undiscovered thingies here still. Or rather, it's actually a waypoint. Okay, let's get waypoint. So we need to be doing in Diablo. Getting actually for practically achievements, getting quests, rather actually experience. Waypoints allow you to fast travel freely across Sanctuary. Activate waypoints as you explore to expand your waypoint options. Of course. There's supposed to be something in there, or? Guess. You can earn renown by completing various activities across the continent, and obtaining renown will grant rewards and certain thresholds. Probably at certain thresholds. View the status of your renown for each region from the map. Around 75. It almost looks like Crusader Kings logo, or logo, UI. It's kinda like depends, I guess, how many things you're gonna be having collected and how many things you have done.
Find somewhere else to get warm. I was here first.
Well, you're helpful. And nice.
So the old man's finally decided to buy it back.
Knowing him, he didn't mention coin, did he?
Well, he certainly did not, but we are probably quite a bit swimming in coin.
If he wants his weapon, you will need to pay.
Ah, well. What can we do? Wow, 20 gold? That's all you actually are asking for that? You can say right now they're having quite a bit higher value in our inventory. Seems to be quite a bit cheap on us. Maybe there's gonna be a difference in the price based on the renown and whatnot, but I kinda right now sold something I didn't want to because of the transmogs. I'm probably gonna be first going into the transmog. Okay, we're apparently right now fixing again this. So that we see it properly. But who was it therefore who's gonna be buying from us? Blacksmith can craft, repair equipment and salvage materials.
Best
armor in the peaks.
Looks new look on salvage.
Father keep you.
Does that mean we have to be therefore going into right now the wardrobe and then it's gonna be opening that up? Right now quite high on the RAM usage. Oh well, new territory I guess. Can be somewhat making sense.
I tell you, my neighbor is bewitched. I saw him skulking outside my door, muttering curses.
Right. This wouldn't have anything to do with the money you owe him, would it?
What does that do? Oh, right. So you're gonna be able to select the difficulty here. Change anytime. Nightmare Torment after. Okay, so that's actually can be where you can be changing the difficulty of your gameplay. It seems to be having actually plenty of treasures, maybe even. How the hell do I get into that stupid house here? With the wardrobe and stuff. Oh, this way, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so that's stash. And you can be getting some further tabs here. Purchase an additional stash tab to expand your stash capacity by 50 slots. No, okay, but like, I don't know, like, why do you have to be doing this? Just gonna like give as many stash slots as you want. Why do you have to be gating things in a single player game? Jesus Christ. Just kinda like waiting for the in-game gold being purchasable for money somewhere. Well, luckily, so far we are getting tons of money anyway, but we are still having 6,000, we need to be having 100k. I don't know, it's kinda weird. Edit tab. I can be getting plenty tabs and I can be getting, like a general one for armor, colored one so that you can be better recognizing which one it is. Tab name even. Interesting again. That's kinda cool. But nonetheless, buying the new ones, just like why? You have to be asking why you'll be having such a weird monetization mechanism here. Practically monetization. So but I don't know if you're gonna be able to buy the points for that or the gold, but nonetheless it's just like so damn strange. But whatever. So new slot again costing gold as well. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's just, this just seems so useless. It's just a very stupid and cheap way how to maybe like force you to grind. Again, maybe for like an MMORPGs, you're kind of used to that and it's making and it's having some place there, but here, like why? Why do you have to do that? Why just like can't everything be open? Again, it's a single player game, Jesus Christ. First and foremost, sure it's supposed to be like quotation marks open world and multiplayer, but in the end it's just like single player. That's how most people are gonna be playing it anyway. Okay, we're having some further So, is that like... Wait, at this point I'm kinda confused. Salvage items or visit the shop to discover new locks. Okay, so when you salvage items, you should be therefore getting those. Alright. And you can also change your appearance. Cool.
I was never religious until I saw a miracle. Inarius himself blessed the man with the light, got up and walked again for the first time in years, right then and there.
The light is real, my friend. Take comfort in it.
Okay then. Oh, you can even sit down here. Sit down and skulk, I guess.
Is it common for devout folk to drink so enthusiastically? I guess I can't blame them.
Okay, so right now let's kind of figure out the salvage then. Like, how do you salvage? There's something special? Okay, right about it's annoying here, the shades. Nah, absolutely nothing here. So was that salvage with the cell?
We all make mistakes.
I have no freaking clue at this point what I'm doing here. Okay, let's gonna just therefore get rid of it. So we have sold it. Right now let's have a look if it's gonna be giving us the transmog. And I keep look. Okay, that's not. Legit not sure. Does he keep it? Yes, he keeps it. Unless that's gonna sell all the crap that we don't really need. $26 for him, and for the armor, is he gonna be getting some better price? Nah, he's the same 26.
I'll take it.
Apparently they are common. They're like two of the same. All right. Harmonious Simple Dagger, +4 to all stats, but it's not really useful to us. So we can sell that, and right now for the sights, 74, 1 life on kill, 09, 09 for 2 distant enemies, for all stats. That's a bit different. What is gonna be right now doing sort? Is it gonna be completely randomized? Oh, it's actually this way, you're gonna be sorting it. No, well, kinda shame that you cannot be going back to it and with it, but nonetheless, not like it's gonna matter in a few minutes. But at least right now I know how it's working.
Stay on your guard.
Wait. The old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
Strange Amulet. Relic Skull is gonna be at this point entirely helpful. Simple Dagger sucks, and okay, so Strange Amuleto. Okay, I was kinda curious how we couldn't actually see the quest item when you're still in the kind of picture. And in the selling dialogue, that's what I want to say. Found to Kiowa shot, while clearly old, its ornate blade has been kept sharpened and polished, as though it would be needed again at any moment. Well, probably will be. Strange amulet is an old amulet of unique design. It shows wear from years of use, perhaps as a badge of office. Okay then.
Apologies.
Yeah. That's all you're gonna say.
He also gave me this amulet. What is it?
The mark of the Heradrim. An ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect Sanctuary from demons. These days, we are few in number. There is another Heradrim, Donner. His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his hubris.
Sounds like he could help us.
You should seek him out in Skosglen. But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me?
I'm going to the Dry Steppes to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see. You are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned.
All right.
Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide. We just don't know it. Whether it is by accident or fate's hand, there is nothing we can do about it. You are lost in the storm, fed the blood of Lilith, saved by a lone monk. Different lives and incidents drawn together. By what? Destiny? Or some greater power pulling the strings? I did not know. But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred. The Wanderer's connection to her gave me hope. Imagine that.
So it's a retrospective again. It's the same tool that was used in Diablo 2, right? You're basically looking at it from Marius' point of view, practically. But nonetheless, right about now that is either some long load or maybe it's gonna be already the time to finish because it's exactly the time. Yep. Welcome to the beta. Okay, actually right now we get in welcome to the beta, alright. You'll be able to export 25, so we basically just finished prologue here, so it's kinda cool. Just a long load, I guess, for that. Yeah, it was literally just the prologue here. And it seems like I'm gonna be getting some further thingies and tools unlocked. But alright, at this point I guess it's just gonna be playing until it's gonna be kicking us out. Right now we are reaching the time where it should be ending. Or at least for a bit longer. So there's a kind of possible quest here to the right. Still kinda confused about the really salvage. Yeah, the load in here is definitely quite a bit serious.
You see those fools up at the cathedral? Groveling, crying like dogs.
No, doesn't seem too friendly to the church.
Yes, well, Bozan has yet to return from delivering our tithing
the
demands
roads
to
and see
many
what's
staff.
taking him so long.
The cathedral must receive its dues.
Round to Menestad for Monk Bozan. It's gonna be for leading us where? Probably somewhere through the top, I guess. Or... Well, no. Probably gonna be right about now having opportunity to head here to the right. Yeah, that's gonna be the next course of action. Ill tidings, travel to the Cathedral of Light. Menestad coffers. I guess let's go therefore to the south. It's kind of curious how much we should be selling. Probably just some kind of same-ish look we're gonna be selling and keeping only one of that. Ooh, some actual people here. Essential blessing, lethal killer. What cool nicknames have they actually prepared for them, or titles? Okay, so at this point, okay, some fancy boots we got. But what do we have here? So this armor we have, poison resistance. Usually it's not important, so let's sell that. Can be selling one of the schools, one of the bucklers. This is the first one, so let's sell the other, I guess. There's some kind of like difference. 40, 20, 80. No, there's no difference whatsoever. So the starting one, for some reason, it's not selling for much. Okay, we have the same helmet, so there's no need to keep that. Two wands, so we can also sell one of them.
Fair trade.
Fair trade cocoa. Or coffee. Or tea or whatever along those lines. I can see simple scythe. That will be 29.97 for that sickle. Oh, simple scythe. Is the starting one therefore or not? 29 damage and 30 damage. I think that the 29 is the starting one. Okay, and for the gloves, these two are the same, so let's sell one of these, doesn't matter which ones, and one of these as well. Strider's hand wraps.
Anything else?
And this is the same as this, right? Yep. Okay, hide gloves for only 6. You didn't have any gloves originally, so you can be selling this alright. Now, and for the boots, Intrepid Reckoning. Wow. Plus 40 armor, 6% lightning resistance. You're gonna be having 12.5. Shadow resistance, what the hell is that? Because there's gonna be some shadow magic probably. Very blessed, keeps steady feet, and a true heart. Rare item. Yes, please. I guess. Maybe let's therefore head out.
Just take the bread, stubborn fool. It was free. I don't need a handout from those cathedral bastards.
It's the same guy talking, the same voice, right, between those two.
Just take the bread, stubborn fool. It was free. I don't need a handout from those cathedral bastards.
Of course it is. Yeah, this is the same voice actor for both. Okay, stairs are getting really bad here. New area needs to be loaded properly. Come on. Because there's like nothing spiking. Currently slightly CPU, but before that absolutely nothing. So it really is just going to be because of just having to load all the new assets. Okay, this looks like it maybe gonna be even rather maybe end in here, because it seems like it's gonna be getting barely playable at this point, unfortunately. So it's kinda interesting because the early stages were somewhat fine, but right now it's getting kinda like off the kilt, unfortunately, already. Oh, come on, 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 come on. Wow. Quite a bit serious. And he's gone. See, unfortunately we didn't catch him. But Jesus Christ. Actually right now put a number. Right now the game. It's kind of right about now showing that to you. Even right about now some higher RAM again. Yeah, it's absolutely because of loading all the new area. And now the CPU is slightly being funny. But that's practically it. As you can see it now. Greed Shrine, what does it do? Enemies drop gold when hit. Oh. And then Fracture Peaks Renown. Dexterity has been increased by something. Do we have like a log here? If you already do have such a chat. Seems like it probably not. Weird. Still do wonder if he should be really using. Oh, wow. That's actually what she's doing right about now. I do wonder if he should be still touching actually the Lilith statues. It's like a wrong thing to do. It's like not gonna be given her strength or whatnot. Right now Discord is being completely stupid, just taking 70%. I don't know if it's uploading and updating itself, but nonetheless, you're going off Discord. You need a bit more power here, so hopefully it's gonna be getting a bit better. Like the skeletons can like just teleport in after us. Aha, so it's gonna be a direct connection to the outside, where we came from before. It's kind of funny how we actually looking like a normal movement, but the skeletons are getting completely crazy. Okay, let's get the dungeon. It's gonna be maybe a bit easier to play in. Or is it not like letting us go in, or what's going on here? Okay, I don't get that. Seems like we can't be getting in, but we've also kind of like lost the skeletons apparently because of that. No, wait, what? Where are our skeletons? They just kind of like, what? Disappear somehow? Okay, let's reload right now the shades again to see what the hell is going on with this. Where did they go? Because it seems like we should be having them, but we simply don't. Okay, this is getting quite a bit unplayable. Thinking that we're gonna be actually maybe having to even call it a bit early because of that. It's really strange because before it was working alright. I don't want to, maybe you have to be restarting, but obviously right now I can't restart anymore. But where the hell are my skeletons? Jesus Christ. And you can't even like, you can unsummon them to get new ones. So am I just like completely screwed right now? No, luckily this is quite a bit easy still, but Jesus Christ, that's a weird behavior. Oh, surprise! Yeah, that's actually quite a nice arrow to attack that for it seems like. Because in the original game, in the previous game in Diablo 2, you can unsummon the skeletons. But here, apparently, there is not that kind of way to do that. Okay, not new skeletal warriors type defenders. Interesting. So therefore, you're gonna be probably able to resummon. Okay, so that's skills. Upgrade available. Open the Book of the Dead to select an upgrade. Wait, what? Oh, there, Book of the Dead. Okay, so right now you can be getting also further into new skill. So do you have corpse explosion? No, that's probably something you want to be definitely get in. Disperse into bloody mist. Become immune for 3 seconds. Okay, so that's basic immunity for us. Movement speed reduced. You deal 1 damage to enemies and healing. It's a bit weird, but nonetheless. Gain 7 thorns as a spiked armor. Sure. Skeletal warrior mastery. Increase the damage and life of your skeletals. Bone prison. Sure. And Grim harvest. Consuming a corpse generates essence. Corpse explosion is gonna be obviously always damn cool. Certainly get that. Okay, so Book of the Dead. Level up to unlock more minion types and abilities. Skeletal warrior, skirmisher. Then you do have mages, golems. Okay, so we have skirmisher. Right now we have defender. Again, just like Jesus. Game's protesting as much as he can right about now. Sorry, that this looks a bit more properly right now. So, defenders. Durable shield bearers with 15% increased life. Defenders negate the next instance of direct damage they would take. Increases the amount of thorns inherited from you and gain 15% non-physical resistance. But you can no longer raise skeleton warriors. Wait, did I get back? Or how did he finish that? It almost feels like the skeletons are somehow like still present but invisible or something. Okay, get some new sickle, poacher's hand. That's gonna be worse damage. 3.5 damage to slowed enemies. Yeah, that sucks. We can apparently upgrade them, right? Every 8 seconds your skeleton defenders negate the damage, and this is gonna be right about now the first one. You can raise 1 additional skirmisher warrior. Wait, what? Okay, so you can right about now put it in. I have no idea right about now what this means. And where did we even get like the upgrade? Or that point? This is also not what I'm kind of certain about. But nonetheless, let's see right now if we can be there for getting the extra one at least. Yeah, good. Okay, so right now they seem to be at least 3 sets, so cool. Can we get in 5? No, so we're back to our full group. Had to be doing an event without them, but seem to be working out alright. I wonder how long you're gonna be allowed to continue playing. Or if we maybe cannot be going actually deeper into that territory, because maybe we can't be loading exactly the game anymore. I'm not certain how it's working out with the online connection. I guess he probably can be stopping collecting crap. We're enjoying some gallow wine, the deer. And that herbalist definitely reminds me of the achievement in Kingdom Come Deliverance for gathering the nettles. Instead of the herbalist challenge. Volkodlák, can I be having Volkodlák, aka werewolf. Nice. Gain 5% bonus. Oh, okay. Maybe later, but nonetheless, not sure what that was actually about. Okay, gain nearby player bonus. Gain 5% bonus experience for being near another player. Double its effect if they are your party member. Okay, so that's somebody actually playing with us here. Looks like. I can't even get there actually. Oh, you can, just the pathfinding is stupid. Aha. No, I guess that's good to know, that the pathfinding is not entirely infallible. So can we get here? Or are we gonna be again losing skeletons and that's it? Nope. Can't be getting in, skeleton's gone. Superb. Isn't that sweet? Can you like maybe reset there for those with this? So you try to keep it there from the medium at this point for a bit. Okay, so apparently changing that is resetting the skeletons, and we can therefore get new ones. There's a tons of deer. I mean, like, what the hell are they all doing here? And the random bears spawn around us. And then a restricted area, turn back now, level 36. Are you gonna be getting killed here? Oh, we're getting warping out. Okay, that's actually kinda interesting. So if you're gonna be getting into some territory that is a bit too high level for you, you're gonna be actually thrown away so that you don't even go there. That's gonna be a pretty big problem for speedrunners, I'm thinking. And that's a weird mechanism, again, just kinda like, why? If you are gonna be entering somewhere where you're not supposed to be, not like you're gonna be getting your arse kicked. But it's also maybe a challenge for some weird people that like those impossible challenges. So, like, why restrict that? Jesus Christ. Just gonna like give the warning that you are not supposed to be there. But why to forcefully move you away? That is such a weird decision. Willpower 4-2. Right now when he's actually casting those bones very much reminds me of Hogwarts Legacy and the style, kind of like the style of casting there. I wonder if maybe there was some mutual inspiration going on. And there's no loot here. Having so many interactables everywhere and nothing in this position and spot. Nice to be having the same sound effect. As in the previous games. Okay, so dungeons are quite obviously not gonna be for us anymore. So we just need to be right about now going through the openings. An open ground. Going into different soundtrack. All caverny one. Oh, okay. Treasure Goblin scale, but we are getting some fancy stuff. And it's gonna be our first legendary. Bone Scale Shield of Shared Misery. One hell of a name. Blocked, okay, 7 thorns. Dexterity, willpower, life on kill, maximum life. A lucky hit. When you hit a crowd-controlled enemy, there's up to 36% chance for that crowd control effect to spread to another unaffected enemy. Curious, but I guess it's gonna be therefore better than our folio. Let's get something cool into our hand. It is a trap. But for that, boys, you need to be quite a bit stronger than that. But overall, really, the game feels quite a bit easy, to be honest. Like Diablo 2, you will be having definitely quite a lot more of a challenge through the progress. It's like damn easy, you almost have to be, like, don't have to be doing even anything. And you have seen that even the fight without the skeletons really I wasn't too close to anything like dying or whatever. There are some explosions right about now going on here, but luckily nothing too important. So this is gonna be done. Okay, that's gonna heal up. So there's tunic and hand sickle. Okay, so tunic. Oh wow. 7.5 lightning, 2 shadow damage. That armor is huge. We don't have any kind of lightning here so far, so I guess we're gonna be fine. A riposte in hand sickle. Nice extra damage. And sickle is therefore 3% to close enemies, distant enemies. I'm kind of liking the distant ones a bit more, because we are of course having that spell.
I appreciate that.
Using some emoticons basically. Was he getting like the extra loot for that as well when he basically finished it ourselves? Is something you're gonna be maybe learning somewhere down the line. Also not entirely certain if you're having shared loot or if it's gonna be basically per player. The areas are kinda nice. Like the changes, it's like all the time something different. Can't be getting any further. Looks like it maybe servers are going down. Yeah, this is like not the game not loading further. Yeah, I think that maybe actually at the end. Yeah, also can't. Level 9. Okay, so give me the skill point. So we do have new corpse explosion. I was kinda interested in what was it? The skeletal mastery. Damage and life, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I rely on them quite a bit, so let's have some power with those. Also locked off. another event. So what do we have here? Gonna want the sea slate. Okay, so that's gonna be a same one. Seems like they're gonna be quite a bit repetitive as far as the types. But nonetheless, it's at least some kind of content, I guess. Minute and 50 we have to do it, but not surviving. I'm probably just gonna be standing still and letting the skeletons deal with it. And see how that works. Apparently pretty nicely. Ah. Okay, so far we are doing alright. The special abilities are being a bit problematic now, and the numbers are getting also a bit higher, so I think I'm gonna be having to already start playing a bit. Let's go some corpse explosion here. As fun as in Diablo-II. Okay, let's end it here. It seems like it maybe with a bit of luck, avoiding some crit damage or whatever, we'll be probably able to deal with it under normal circumstances as well, basically just through the skeletons. Oh, they actually have hit points on them. So you probably need to be making sure they don't die. Aha! So it's not only about destroying the monsters, you apparently need to be also keeping them on and alive. Okay, trying to apparently get some loot themselves. So what did we get? Cruel apprentices want better damage, lucky hit chance, vulnerable damage. Still I get the better damage on the distant enemies a bit more, even though it's getting close, I guess. No, maybe it's not looting. Maybe it's actually trying to Okra mourning the fallen. Could be maybe that. Zelený lowlands, aka green lowlands. Just like, do those repeat or? No. Okay. Just kinda thinking if maybe it's shining on the minimap, it's gonna be again available, but apparently not. Well, that's a lot of people out of nowhere. And yes, our law works pretty damn well. Outsider's tunic. Is that going to be maybe better? 120, 214, Jesus Christ. Better strength, and it's actually even just like necromancer special. Why do necromancers have actually tunics right now? Reminds me that are showing the belly. I mean, like, well, what? Why? Why are we having such a weird fashion? No, nonetheless, kind of weird armor slightly, right? Considering that, well, the middle of the body is definitely the most vulnerable. Okay, I don't want to be collecting those nonsenses. Are they getting the... Oh well, are they getting the fish? That was that river. Okay, taking back my question. Is he... Seems like he was actually trying to either pick the lock or maybe he was just kind of looking at himself. It's kind of interesting how the enemies so often actually spawn out of nowhere, out of thin air. Basically run somewhere and then you're gonna be effectively ambushed. Interesting mechanism. They seem to be very much liking the designers because it's fairly common. So there's supposed to be some kind of possible quest here nearby. Priest Matvey says, I'm ready. I shall leave Margrave at dawn. The journey will be long, but my faith is endless. Light, grant me safe passage to the monastery, that I may better know your grace within its hallowed halls. Investigate the road to Menestad for Monk Boson, and seems to be at this point therefore something a bit more to be done. But unfortunately we can't be getting anywhere. Oh, Barbarian only. Aha, that's why we weren't able to get in. Just like it's a bit of a bug that you're gonna be using the skeletons. Aha, right now I understand. Okay. It's actually only for specific classes. That's a bit weird, but it is a thing, I guess. Or... wait, what? Or is it like literally locked for the classes? Or anybody can be doing that and only the reward is gonna be for the class? Okay, right now I'm not sure about that part. But nonetheless, we just can't be getting there. Kinda right now interesting how you're gonna be actually getting the body to revive. In the original like place where the enemy died, but then his body is gonna be actually flowing kinda like thrown completely elsewhere. It's kinda a bit weird and intuitive. In Diablo 2 it was basically simply the body that was lying on the ground was the one interactable. So I think it's looking a bit strange how it's done, but just like a bit of observation. But otherwise it's kinda cool. Now you're gonna be like throwing them away and losing some limbs. The skeletons are gonna be getting destroyed and whatnot, so overall the physics are quite nice. It's probably gonna be like a whole passage, right? So maybe some loot. Okay, and there we have already been. Yeah, that was the path that was blocked. That couldn't load for us anymore. Oh. Let me at him. Come on, screw those stupid bats. Okay, this is how it works. You just basically need to be hitting him constantly until he disappears. Because I didn't play Diablo 3 so properly, so I didn't really meet him. Okay, so there we go. We got some interesting tools here from him and things. But right now I was a bit lost, so we need to be probably backtracking as far as... Where do we... wait. Oh, there. So we need to be going a bit back. Okay, I see carnage, so this is probably our path. Yeah. No. No. No need for the apprentice's wand. What did he get from him? Strider's Crown. It's a bit interesting, but you don't have anything extra on that. Executing Hand Sickle. Quite nice extra damage. Up to 0.5% chance to execute injured non-elites. Like 0.5% is not high chance. Grounding Tunic. 189, but yeah, that's not entirely that great. Grounding Helm on the other side. That's a whole different story. And it's gonna be kinda cool looking as well. No, and Determined Targe. That's obviously gonna suck compared to our shield. Seem to be going through the ground actually. A bit weird on the physics in there. Flooded mine. So can we get in, or are we just losing skeletons again? Yep, just losing skeletons. Okay. It's actually even shown on the minimap, wasn't even seeing that. Okay, so 4-lined hood. Okay, gonna be getting some, at least talisman, new one, okay. And gonna be getting some new helmet, possibly. You just improved, and seems like maybe if the improvement is not too long in the beginning. I think we were already here, right? Can I also wonder if they basically just like respawn all the time, the enemies. Yeah, a fairly certain view. No, we had to be here. That has been. So they do respawn apparently, just like almost maybe infinitely. Okay, some kind of huge arena here. Okay, so what kind of new items did we get from our Mr. Goblin? Champion Mayhem. Intelligence, lightning resist, 8... very nice. That is better than what we actually just found. A powerful primitive talisman. That's apparently just a book. I was hoping it's gonna be something like a pendant or whatever. But again, we just having way too much of a good shield now. And harmonious relic school. 1 all stats. That's entirely too awesome. quite a large area overall. No, and unfortunately we can't be getting anywhere. Don't need to disturb the grave or anything. Fortunately not something that you'll be able to interact with or go into, or is that gonna be something different? That seems to be again something that should be allowing us to go further, but again, with the beta already over for about an hour, just like able to play here. I do wonder if it's like you are able to play basically for all eternity. So it's gonna be like kicking you out somewhere. I seem to be remembering that maybe with Age of Empires 4 it was similar, that you couldn't log in, but for people who were logged in, they could continue playing. But of course, if you're gonna be locked only in a certain area, then it's not the most ideal. Kinda interesting how you can be actually casting this summon skeleton on empty ground. That it's not homed on the nearest. It's not homed on the nearest dead body. It's a very interesting mechanism, let's say. Okay, so do I want to go? Yeah, I want to be going here. All right. I guess before we go through, because there might be some kind of encounter, let's get the new skill. Right, I guess probably further skeletons. Seem to be serving as well. That's a lot of things here. And a lot of people apparently even.
Damned bandits are tearing us apart. I can't go out again.
Fine. Just tell my wife I took your shift.
You'll die, and she'll kill me.
Oh, we can be buying a horsey. Limited access though. Okay, so you need to be progressing the campaign first, actually, to be getting a mount. So not for us yet.
Traveler. Did you walk here too? I will pray for our feet. This pilgrimage has not been kind to them.
A place of prayer maintained for locals and travelers. A fresh candle sits atop heaps of spent wax. The light is never allowed to go out. Alright. Legacies of Light's Watch. You're injured. Do you need help?
You are kind, but it's nothing that won't heal. I was a fool for trying to get into the old Light's Watch outpost. The place is overrun with fiends. I only wanted to... I believe my mother, Soliana, was stationed there. However, the church keeps everything but its records in the light. There must be something left behind at the outpost by Knights Penitent.
Don't worry. I'll look into it.
Was there a server shutdown in there? Message? Blinking in? Yeah. Peanut server shutdown is coming up. Okay. Seems like gonna be soon. Getting probably kicked completely.
So you passed the altar on your way in? Didn't offer a prayer? Perhaps you missed it.
Nah, I didn't. I'm just not the religious sort too much. You could have maybe told by a few of the skeleton guys around me. Can you tell me of Margrave?
We are the last light in the South Peaks. Our ways are hard, but our people are kind. Honor the father and be welcome.
There are no knights here.
The father called them to serve elsewhere. But by the light, we endure well enough on our own.
Seems like we're having a countdown in a bit. I noticed the pyre
The
outside.
pyre is meant to be noticed. Let the wicked see the flames and think twice before they threaten us here.
Yeah, I guess maybe seems to be working alright, considering they are still fine. Looking at how many bandits you have murdered outside already. Looking cool, are we not? Okay, so what can we read about now? Sell here. For example, that.
I'll take it.
Oh, it's looking same-ish to what we have already. Somewhere. Okay, we see the book.
Good. What else you got?
Sickle is at this point not going to be entirely that helpful. That's the execute non-elite, so that can go off. And apparently the ground, for some reason, is not a transmog, interestingly. Oh, relic school can go away as well here. And I'm assuming that's gonna be probably from what we have here, alright. Ah, well, right now the armor, for example.
Good deal. Father, boys.
We actually even have a Strider's Crown. No, it's not gonna be getting better than what we have right now with the rare. Efficient threats. Essence cost reduction. But nonetheless, we are having some cool gear anyway. Maybe just gonna like go through the gear here before we are gonna be kicked out. We have some general idea. Really managed to collect at least one legendary we get.
Do you see now, Lacthen? Enough is enough. Harathan's soul is marred by sin. No, he wouldn't go that far. You know what must be done, Lacthen. If you do not do it, we will. Do you have the will to see it through?
Do not question my faith. I will fix this.
You will fix this. I'm thinking it's gonna be, or it will be up to us to fix this. But nonetheless, we don't actually get to do that. As game connection has been lost, your client has been disconnected from the server. As you can say, this is gonna be the end of the open beta therefore. So in the end we got like an hour extra. I'm happy for that. We got into level 10, so nice experience. And it was overall actually fairly good. I enjoyed my time. I was having an alright time with that. I do have, my biggest gripe is that it's like way too corridory. I'm kinda always having a bit of a problem with it. When you're gonna be just like railroaded in a certain direction, kinda like needlessly, because it's supposed to be somewhat of an open world. It's touted as that, but in the end, just having all kinds of corridors and whatnot, I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna a bit more used to something like Diablo 2, where you have the open grounds and you can travel way more freely. But to be honest, the areas are large. So while you could be saying that it's corridory, the areas are incredibly large, like really. This one, for example, was taking quite some time to even explore whole, and I didn't even do it fully. So it's gonna be on the level of the Diablo 2 acts, for example. So the size is nice. Size is definitely nice. There is a lot of content to do. The random events are cool. It's really reminding me of classic other MMORPGs. Like in Neverwinter, we are having those random events as well. It's kind of like the only MMORPG that I actually play. So, but nonetheless, I can at least compare with that. So it's cool. I will be probably liking something a bit different. Maybe in the full version there are gonna be more versions, as it seems quite a bit repetitive, simply beat everybody off and that's it. But, well, frankly, what's Diablo about, right? Killing enemies. But yeah, well, that's potentially some kind of version and thing that could be possibly improved and worked upon in certain way. But yeah, well, overall the gameplay was fine. Didn't have a problem with that. Too easy. I think it's way too easy. Way too easy of a game. And for example, again, I'm gonna be making parallels with Diablo 2 obviously, because it's supposed to be somewhat of a continuation of that. They are harkening back to the more darkened mode and whatever. But yeah, in Diablo 2 you were struggling a bit more. It's not like completely hard game Diablo 2 that comes in later stages, in like the second act. It's getting hard, but even for example later stages of the first act you have to be really careful. Here, you could have seen during the event I was standing dump smack middle in the battle. They were attacking me straight, Skellingtons weren't able to clean them up, and I was still like barely receiving any damage. Like, what the hell? That's just like not right. That is way too easy in my opinion, the game, and the challenge was practically non-existent. I was healing just like... I was legitimately healing maybe like twice or thrice through all the 4 hours or 3 hours of gameplay for need, or need, maybe need is also a bit of a strong word, maybe like once I was for really need. Otherwise I was just like, well, I'm missing a bit of health, I'm just gonna be drinking it because there's a globe on the ground I can pick up. So it's like most of the healing I did. That's just like... Yeah, I don't think it should be that easy. I would be expecting the new player mode to be this easy. That would be fine. But if this is supposed to be already for the experienced players, I'm thinking the challenge should be higher. But well, whatever. It's just a bit of a casual game therefore at that point. You don't have to be thinking about it too seriously much. At least now. Of course, the truth is we go to level 10. And who knows how the game would be actually further down the line on some specific bosses and whatnot. We have like basically one mini boss, which was that easy. But also maybe it's gonna be partly because of our Skellingtons and being Necromancer. But even when we had that event where we lost the Skellingtons because of not going out into the dungeons, then even that was actually fairly easily doable for us, even without the help of the summons. So yeah, difficulty probably is a bit lower than I would be thinking that it could be. As I mentioned, kind of corridory feeling. It's kind of a bit annoying that you just kind of need to be following, and because it results into a lot of backtracking as well. That's kind of like the annoying part about the corridors, right? So especially if you're gonna be having so many interactables and lootables rather, then that's gonna be somewhat of a weird combination that does feel somewhat annoying. You have to be really backtracking a lot if you want to be a bit more of a completionist, and I'm thinking that there's gonna be a lot of OCD people playing Diablo for the loot. And if you know me playing my games, I like to be a completionist, so that's a part that is actually fairly important to me. So yeah, that's not entirely ideal. What else? I don't know. Like the graphics, okay, considering we didn't have the 4K HD graphics, then it wasn't looking as nice as of course on the other streams and with other players and whatnot. So I do know that it can be looking much better than this, but you have to be having the computer for that. And my 10 years old is kind of happy to be able to stream it. I'm happy for that as well. Again, I think the biggest problem is loading from a HDD instead of SSD. I think that's beyond most of the stutters, because you could have seen I was also showcasing the task manager that we really weren't having that many spikes in there on anything. So I'm thinking that the really biggest help on performance, as otherwise you're having everything up, besides the 4K, you're having everything all loaded for the highest actually quality. So graphics weren't, graphic card was fine. You were playing on a bit lower resolution, we weren't playing full screen. I was playing windowed, and I don't know, what is it, like 1280,024 maybe? I'm having the window approximately. Could be something along those lines that I have created here. But still big enough. Helps of course with the performance, so that I can at least stream it, as on OBS I have to be also going for super fast preset instead of very fast, just to make sure that it's gonna be a bit better experience for everybody. But yeah. No, the graphics seem to be, again, quite a bit adequate, even though adequate, no. I'm kind of thinking about the fact that we are in 2023, the game on these settings that I had looked... Now, to be honest, I don't think it looked that much different from the Neverwinter that I mentioned. So, yeah. And Neverwinter is from 2013, 12, something along those lines. 13 probably. I think in 13 it came out. So this looks better, but by a small margin and at certain things. Otherwise, something's actually blurrier. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. Gonna be kicked out at this point, so just gonna be putting up some there for picture. Need to be finding those something. Okay, so where do we even have right now our screenshots? Diablo 4 screenshots. Ah, there we go. Easy. Easy peasy. So at window capture or window capture image. Diablo 4 screenshots and last one. Oh, that's a shame we didn't take actually the very last one. I would have enjoyed that. But I guess what? This? Yeah, this is approximately the size of the window I was playing it. And playing it, just to be having some kind of comparison. Unfortunately, they don't have in the options like direct size for some reason. You have to be just like randomly winging it. So I had to be fitting it so that it's gonna be filling the screen in OBS. It's kinda also strange. Fit the screen. There you go. So this is right now what we ended up with. No, and with the graphics, no, as I said at the very start, I'm not entirely a friend of graphics, basically darkness, being done in a way that you see complete nothing. And I'm not really a fan of that. And having like brightness completely dulled out and being everything gray and ugly. Because again, just the comparison with Diablo 2 is absolutely evident. Diablo 2 is dark game. You do have the feeling. It looks that way, but at the same time, it is very crisp. It's having strong colors and not faded at all. It's just like that is how it should look. That's what you should be aiming for. I'm really thinking that Diablo 2 Resurrected looks better. For me, personally, there are different opinions. I have seen people arguing about that. For me, Diablo 2 Resurrected looks better than this. Of course, comparison slightly is gonna be tainted by the fact that, again, I wasn't on the full graphics. But even through that, from what I have seen on the streams, otherwise, I do think that Diablo 2 Resurrected is looking a bit better than Diablo 4. But they also had a bit of a problem that they had to be making it look indifferent, right? Because they can't be releasing the same thing twice, practically. They wouldn't be entirely going down too well. Especially when it's supposed to be different Diablo 2 effectively. But yeah, that was the graphics, no? I think looking at it right now, the pictures maybe can be showing something else as well. Some parts somewhere. In the mayhem here. The UI is nice. The UI is actually looking really damn cool. I'm liking that. At the bottom, the hut. Thinking that's a very nice graphic. Whoever did that, definitely props. There is a very nice graphical work in there. The game style itself, no, that's a bit more of a problem. But otherwise, quite nice details. For example, as you could be looking down the cliff into the enemies below. That's really cool. Enjoyed that. So, kind of like everything being one big map is nice. That's very similar to Dungeon Siege, which was effectively one huge continuously loading map. So this is basically the same idea. Just as you can see, some problems loading that from the HDD because there are plenty of assets. So if you want to be having good experience, SSD is an absolute must, it looks like. Otherwise you're gonna be having not like a terrible experience. I still enjoyed my time even through the stutters. It was good fun. But it definitely will be getting, I think, on the nerves somewhere down the line. And for especially modern gamers, I guess. Now, overall, for example, for the class itself, as far as the statistics and the skills, it's kind of a bit early for me to tell. Just from the experience, it seems to be somewhat complicated, but just like there are several mechanisms, you just need to be getting used to it, I guess. Doesn't seem like completely like off the kilt, weird. Just for example, I didn't understand though how the armor works towards directly the numbers towards the elemental resistance, but in the end, if I see the number of the final elemental resistance, that's what I need for my work. I'm not gonna be like min-maxing too much or going for some special builds, so if I'm gonna be enjoying the game that way, and knowing I'm having this and, sorry, this and this resistance, then it's gonna be all fine. So that's okay. For the items, no, the itemization looks like Diablo 3 practically, like the comparisons and the numbers and whatnot. That's, I guess, just a thing of preference. I don't have too much of a real problem with that. Like, just like comparing with Diablo 2, you could be having like 2 million affixes and whatnot. Again, I'm used to it, so I don't mind, but I can understand how that can be basically feeling very similar to what I'm, for example, feeling towards this, that it's maybe gonna be a bit overwhelming with too many things there, or with a higher amount of things there, so that's about getting used to it. I'm not thinking I should be holding it against the game. That's simply different systems that way. No, and for the drop chances, we didn't entirely actually drop too much loot. I mean, like the magic ones, I think it was fairly comparable with my Diablo 2 experience. We got one legendary through 3.5 hours of gameplay. That's maybe a bit higher than normal Diablo 2, frankly. Legendaries are very rare there. Rares, we got about 2 or 3. Kind of thinking it's maybe tiny little bit higher than in 2, but I don't think I have been a problem with it. I didn't feel like too much yet. Didn't feel like extremely too much. At least you were getting some progression on the gear. So that was kind of cool that you're like constantly improving instead of like waiting for 2 hours for nothing. That was feeling fairly nice. That progression. No, and what further? We have the class items. We didn't. Right now reminds me we actually didn't drop class items at all, right? For the others. No, we didn't. We were dropping only our class items for Necromancer. We didn't drop anything for Rogue, Druid, anything else. That right now I didn't even think about it. No. I don't know. I kind of like it actually a bit more. No, bit more. Diablo is a bit extreme, Diablo 2 in that. But nonetheless, I think that some bit of a mix would be kind of nice. Just you get a bit of a feeling for the other classes as well. You kind of learn even through playing something different. Maybe it's gonna be inspiring you to play it after. And otherwise, it's just like decreasing slightly the chances of getting something cool all the time. But even though we have killed like 2 loot goblins, we got maybe like 1 useful thing from that, maybe 2. So it wasn't too bad. Overall, we got about 3 or 4 loot goblins. We killed 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we killed 2, but I'm thinking there were about 4 in total. So that's obviously D3 edition. I don't know. I kind of thinking that they are useless. I think it is just like too much. That it's better to be getting the loot normally through the game. There's basically like a quick way and short way to get you some better loot. It's basically what it's supposed to be doing practically. And I don't think it's necessary. It's like a bit of a cop-out and cheaper way and a bit of a cheat on doing proper loot tables. Thinking that's gonna... It's like lazy design in my opinion. So I'm thinking that loot goblins are kind of cool for the effect, I guess. Plenty of people are gonna be probably enjoying them. Oh well, look at this. The gamblers are gonna be thrilled and running after that extra loot, but from gameplay perspective and design-wise, I don't think it's really necessary, or even too useful to be honest, for the overall progression of the game. But at any rate, especially since you then have to be backtracking like mad, that's also some part that annoys me about it the most. You don't have to be going for them, but I mean, like, when there's the opportunity, who the hell is not gonna be taking it in such a game for the better loot? You just gonna. So yeah, that's one part maybe next to mention. And no, well, what else? Thinking we have actually gone through most of the things. Interesting that you don't have any statistics. They are basically auto-edit. Again, it's less of an RPG because of that you basically can't be influencing your character besides skills. So we definitely going into action more than into RPG with that. I'm thinking that maybe they could have been making some more interesting system with that. I'm not entirely all that private how it works for all the classes, but it seems like that each of the classes is having some different specialty. and getting some different bonuses from the statistics, but overall they're just like edit automatically, so again, you can't do anything about it. It seems to be some kind of weird reduction. You might be, I mean, like, if you want to be making the game easy, which is of course the goal, then why not have basically a button for people who are not interested in that of adding it automatically. Just like do that, right? Just like automatic adjustment, and you don't have to be thinking about it. Thinking that's maybe a system that's gonna be could be making it in, but who knows. No, well, and otherwise for the story and for the dialogues seems to be okay for a Diablo type game. The dialogues are somewhat okay. Maybe could be could be a bit longer. Probably not. I think they were somewhat okay. Maybe sometimes felt a bit curt and a bit short, maybe a bit too much to the point. But on the other hand, again, this game, you're basically playing it for getting loot and killing monsters, so the story very often tends to be a bit secondary. So I'm thinking not much of a real complaint about that. From the pieces that we have seen, it's gonna move in an interesting direction. Of course, the rest of the story is gonna be left for the full game. And overall, like, the idea of it seems to be somewhat cool. At least from the bits and pieces that we have seen in Arius and Lilith. If I'm not mistaken, then in Arius and Lilith they were like lovers, right? Originally. And they created basically the Horadrim together. No, the whole world by Lilith and whatnot. Then she was like imprisoned, I have no idea at this point. Don't remember what was the reason for it. It's gonna be for the lore beards to potentially find the content at and with. No, and I guess maybe that's gonna be there for it. Performance, frankly, beyond and besides those stutters, most probably from the hard drive. I think it was actually fairly decently made and optimized. You weren't having too many bad spikes in there. Considering my 10 years old computer, it was running okay even with stream on top of it. So I think I was reasonably happy. So you definitely want to be having SSD and RAM. These are gonna be the most important parts, I think, in today's computers to give it a bit better chance on running smoother and better. Otherwise, graphically, depends how many FPS you want to be getting out of it. I was playing on 30 and was happy with that because my stream is 30 as well. And again, this game can handle 30 well. For example, Age of Empires 4 was stuttering when it was set to 30 FPS for some reason. So some games do not handle it too awesomely. But here it was fine. No, and I don't know, monster density, for example, seemed to be fairly okay. No problem with that. Again, we have touched on the easiness of it all. That's, in my opinion, a bit of a problem. And something else. You can get used to the map that you don't have the overlay in the middle. Maybe you could be actually getting that, but I didn't get to test that. I wanted to be testing how the developers want us to play that. I want to be having the first feel that way. No, and something more. Not really too much. Town seems to be quite big. Of course, much bigger than the camps that you have in Diablo 2 or whatnot, but seems to be a bit more of an actual city. Actual things to do there, people to live with and do quests for. So from that point of view, it's way closer to something like an MMORPG instead of a standard ARPG. So it's, I guess, kind of okay and kind of nice. No, and for the skills, like the power of them, the skeletons seem to be quite a bit overpowered, to be honest, which also maybe ties to the overall easiness, but they really just like maybe never died, maybe like once or twice when there were those exploding dudes. I think that maybe we lost a few there. So the biggest loss count of skeletons was when we were trying to get into dungeons we weren't loading into. So then they disappeared. But the game apparently still counted with them, so that's an interesting bug. They're gonna be hopefully fixing. Essence seems to be somewhat weird because the first spell basically not losing anything. But for the other ones, no, it was quite a bit more complicated and you don't have basically mana potions here. So that's kind of like a bit more interesting as far as like managing your mana. So from that point of view, you need to be a lot more careful and gonna be probably quite a lot relying on your base attack. Instead of like spamming, for example, I don't know, some fireballs or whatever along those lines you might be used to from different games. But again, I just like didn't entirely get into that stage, and with Necromancer it's gonna be probably hard to get there unless you're gonna be playing straight some weapon necro instead of summoner, but I like my summoner. So that's what I chose for this time. And no, well, skill variety. Character variety, alright. Obviously, Paladin is gonna be a DLC. Who knows what they're gonna be doing after some Demon Hunter, again, maybe from 3. I have no idea what they're gonna be trying to incorporate further and extra. Character creation is superb. I really like that. You can be choosing so many things in there. And I think that's quite a nice plus point. That you can be having a good customization there. I was fairly happy with that. No, and I guess maybe that's gonna be there for it, as far as I can remember here. What to maybe talk about, or to be relevant here for the game. Maybe have a look at the screenshots if something is gonna be jolting my memory, in my mind. So I'm thinking it's a good game. Played fine. Is it better than Diablo 1 or 2? Atmospherically, not. No, yeah, right now that reminds me that ambient music is very weird. It's nice as a track and as a song. That's very nicely done. But it just like feels weirdly absolutely off when you are doing the battles and basically doing the world exploring through fighting. For normal world exploring, fine. It reminded me slightly of something like what is it? Black Gazer. Or no, any kind of like Baldur's Gate type game. But otherwise during the battles it just felt completely wrong. Whereas if you are gonna be having, if I'm gonna be remembering Diablo 2 or Diablo 1, those felt absolutely alright. They just like felt natural that you want to be fighting with that it's a fighting music and whatnot. Even though it wasn't anything like extreme, no, besides like caves in Diablo 1, that electronic guitar and whatnot, even though that's my favorite track actually. But yeah, that really felt fine. Here, I don't know, it just kind of felt, I don't know what to say, like lazy. That simply didn't fit the atmosphere and the things that you were doing on the screen. Just like multiple times felt that it just didn't fit. Song's nice, but the atmosphere of them probably could have been slightly better. No, and for the dungeons that we have actually been in, we have been in like 1 or 2 dungeons, then one dungeon and one small cellar. Then the length of them was somewhat okay. Didn't have too much of a problem with that. They were nice. Again, heavily corridory, but with dungeons maybe you can be somewhat forgiving that. And the amount of lootables was brutal on the outside. Would be thinking actually that in the inside, in the dungeons, you'll be having more lootables possibly, but really the outside number of lootables is absolutely insane. I'm thinking that really one of the reasons is going to be that first, you want to be collecting plenty of money and whatnot, giving plenty of loot to the players, but second, I'm thinking it might be really because of forcing the players to go a bit slower, and therefore giving a bit more time for the game to load the assets and the further grounds. Thinking it might be a bit of a trick for that. You probably don't need it as much in the dungeons, because they're gonna be a bit more straightforward to load and less things in there and whatnot. So I think that could have been part of it. No, cutscenes, quite nice. I really enjoyed my time having actually the in-game cutscenes, because it's gonna be allowing you to watch your actual character. That's really cool, I'm thinking. I enjoyed that quite a bit. You can see it now looking at the monsters below. You can even shoot at them. That was kind of like the funniest part. I really enjoyed that quite a bit. That it's just like confirming that it's one big living world instead of some levels that need to be loaded in and whatnot. When you're gonna be seeing it, then it's interactable practically. You can see on the left side the ore mine. Plenty, like tons, absolute metric tons of herbs and craftables. That also seems and feels very weird. Thinking they are overdoing it with that. But I haven't entirely crafted, so I'm not sure how much of it you need. But nonetheless, it seems to be a bit overtuned, that system. No, but yeah, the lootables are... I don't know. Feels significantly overdone for the outside. Like, significantly overdone. No, and a meeting with the people in the town. Possibly here, where do we have that? Don't have any kind of opinion on that, just like an extra edition. Don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. Exploring with others, I'm not entirely certain still if you are having shared loot or not. Seems like that maybe it's not shared. It's gonna be basically for each of the players. They're gonna be having their own loots. They can be getting from the things, it almost looked like. Unless it's really respawning them quickly. For the other people as well. It does respawn. Even if you're gonna be traveling across the grounds and across the outside, it's gonna be respawning on other parts of it. So it's like classic MMORPG system that way. So you can probably like endlessly grind, probably gonna be getting some decreases in experience gain, I guess. And since you have to be then leveling up, you're gonna be more and more like above, and therefore the experience gain is not gonna be sufficient enough. Now I guess maybe that's gonna be probably what I can see here from all the parts. So I'm kinda happy that I got to test it. I think it's a good game. It's definitely gonna be having quite a huge following, and from what I have seen as far as the reactions, then it's gonna be a huge hit, absolutely certainly. It's gonna be most probably even bigger than Diablo 3, because it's very much closer to something like what Diablo 3 should have been originally, as far as continuation of Diablo 2. It's much closer to that. It's not there, in my opinion. I think that Diablo 2 is still more, I don't know, like, more playable game. Feels better, probably feels better. I don't want to be necessarily saying that it's a better game, like overall with all the systems and whatever, but just like more fun, probably. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna say that. Probably it's more fun for me. Maybe part of nostalgia, maybe not, I don't know. But nonetheless, that's how I feel it. But I'm still thinking that Diablo 4 plays well. It's a decent game, good one for fun. So I wouldn't be having any kind of problem actually playing that. And potentially even finishing it, even though I kinda do agree and kinda do have to say that it was starting to feel a bit repetitive. Combination, I think, the backtracking, the size of the maps, same-ish enemies, and being dead easy enemies as well on top of it. So maybe just like slightly smaller world, bigger kind of like challenge in the fights might have been actually a better combo. Because frankly, Diablo 2 isn't that much of an insanely big map. It is not small, but it's not like huge. So this kind of felt, just like the ratio between those things wasn't entirely correct. I wasn't even needing to dodge, by the way, too much, or like ever. It's an interesting addition. I kind of liking that from Neverwinter, for example, used to it, getting out of precarious situations. So that's cool. Cool addition. System with the potions. I guess, who cares? You don't have to be having the belt for the potions in there. I guess that's just like a simply different approach, bit simpler one. Again, don't see a kind of problem with it. Combination between 3 and 2, because in 3 you're having the orbs, of course, healing on the ground as well. So I'm thinking that's an okay mechanism. Not disappointed too much. No, I didn't entirely get to test that many insane amount of skills otherwise, but from what we have seen, it was kind of fun to be playing the Necromancer here. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm happy that I got to play at least a few hours here today, after all the Age of Empires 2 over the weekend. No, and I'm gonna be trying to win the game somewhere, probably so that I can play it then full. That's how I get my games in the past several years. Not entirely able to buy new things too much like that, but nonetheless, that's what I'm gonna be trying to do. Or I have been trying to catch some giveaways. For example, Zegers was having plenty of them. Still having some, if I'm not mistaken. Still having some. Maybe actually even today open. I'm not entirely certain if the last one is still available for like 3 versions and 3 games of Diablo 4. So he's maybe gonna be having some more. He's also partnered Diablo, or the Diablo partner, so probably with Blizzard straight. So gonna be trying my luck somewhere. Maybe some small streamers are gonna be having some offerings as well. I'm gonna be lucky, like with Age of Empires 4. So thank you very much still for that. Okay, let me remind myself who it actually was. Yeah, actually Discord was installing updates. That's why it was actually stuttering so much at one time. Jesus. Okay, so it's gonna be right now installing the updates, unfortunately. Instead of launch right now for me. It's not too cool. I might actually try to launch that from my browser possibly. Hopefully it's gonna be going a bit better than yesterday. At this point with the game already over, it should be having enough RAM to load properly. Because I want to be highlighting the guy who I've actually won the Age of Empires 4 from. I'm not sure if he's how much streaming he's doing lately. He was a bit of a small streamer, so he definitely deserves a highlight. But overall, fun game. Gonna be putting it on YouTube, of course, if in case somebody's gonna be interested in that bit of a stutterfest. It wasn't that terrible in the end. I did manage to figure out some decent settings. But yeah, well, simply old computer, can't be doing much more, sorry for that. But I wanted to be playing it mostly for myself. So, if I'm gonna be honest about that, if I couldn't stream it, I would be playing it anyway. So, therefore, I was happy to be at least maybe sharing it with somebody if somebody's gonna be interested in that. Okay, recently closed Windows, there we go, and let me right now find him. Followed channels, show more, and Grey Raven 91, that's him. Thank you very much. Gonna be putting him right about now into the chat. Deserves the highlight. And when has he streamed last? Isagi's maybe actually hasn't streamed for some time, but nonetheless, he was doing some cool streams, cool actually even, how is it called right now, just can't remember. When you're gonna be dressing as some kind of characters from the game. Cosplay. Wow, reminds me how long I actually haven't seen any kind of cosplay. I've never already forgotten the word completely. But nonetheless, if it's gonna be again online, then maybe. He was also doing some FPSs, but maybe some strategies. Maybe it's gonna be coming back for Age of Mythology Retold. Who knows what's gonna be up with that. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be there for it for tonight. So hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna be right now putting also some thematic picture there for the ending here. What do we have? No, it's right about now logging into Battle.net from the start. Plenty of people saw that. That's also why I wanted to be streaming maybe on Monday, because I was very certain it's gonna be without the queues. Friday was quite a bit tough, about, I don't know, some hour of a queue time. So yeah, it was a tough one, but maybe we could be just having right now that right nice picture here. Do I have a better one? Okay, this is gonna be better. Yep, this is also what I really liked. One of the very minute detail, but I'm thinking this is what makes actually games cool. And that is that these characters are actually randomly generated every time you launch the game. They are not all the same. They're gonna be changing between races. They're gonna be changing between female, male as well. This is really nice. I'm thinking a very nice little detail. This is frankly this is inclusion how it should be done if you want to be doing it. Not forcing it, but simply like kind of little addition like that. Thinking that's really cool. But okay, that's gonna be there for it for tonight. So hope you enjoyed. Maybe it inspired you to think about Diablo 4 as well. Maybe to buy it. It's gonna be coming out 6th, if I'm not mistaken, June. Where was that at? That was there, yeah, 6th June 2023. Of course, 6/6. How else? Quite a nice timing. And you can be, if you're gonna be building, getting the like a deluxe edition or whatever, you're gonna be able to play like 4 days earlier, because 6 is like Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6 is Tuesday. And if you're gonna be buying it from the deluxe edition, I think you're getting access at 2nd. So therefore that's Friday, so weekend extra. Obviously content creators are gonna be having that. So you can play a bit earlier. Up to you what you want to be playing, how do you want to be buying it. Obviously it's gonna be different cost. Obviously, probably don't need to be mentioning that. But seems to be a decent game. Most probably not gonna be throwing away your money too much. Even if you are liking maybe other entrances and entries into the Diablo series a bit more. Definitely Diablo 1 is for me absolute like a hard thing. It's a superb atmosphere that never has been replicated, even like maybe anywhere. Really superb game. And Diablo 2 is also absolutely timeless classic. Diablo 2 Resurrected, really one of the better remasters as well overall. No, and now we're gonna be not mentioning Diablo 3, I'm thinking. That's definitely not up my alley with the graphic style and the things and overall systems. I played just the demo of that, but nonetheless it was kind of enough. Wouldn't be probably too against finishing that and playing it full, but it's simply not a game that I'm feeling a want and need for. That's kind of like the best way to say it probably. Whereas here, Diablo 4, that seems like a respectable continuation. Again, doesn't feel as great as 1 and 2, but I'm thinking it's looking like a decent game for today's world already. That's probably how we could be best saying that. Okay then, so hope you enjoyed. Sorry for, of course, the experience, again, the old computer and the quality of it, but nonetheless, hope you at least saw something of interest, and I've been Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Thank you for watching. Maybe you also appreciated some of the opinions that I've shared on the game, and feel free to share your own as well with me on YouTube when I'm gonna be uploading it there in like maybe tomorrow. Somewhere soon want to be putting it up there, or maybe in Discord and whatever along those lines. Facebook, Twitter, or here on Twitch, somewhere on some other streams. As for the further streams, we are going to be having possibly tomorrow day off. Not really sure if there's gonna be some Nations Cup that wouldn't be covered. Wednesday, of course, Age of Mythology. Thursday, most probably Nations Cup. I guess there are gonna be some more games, and you know the drill for the weekend. But this Sunday, there's gonna be an extended edition tournament at 12:30 GMT, hosted by Bonkiki on extended edition Age of Mythology. So if I'm gonna be wanted, then I could be potentially helping out with some coverage there as well. But that's gonna be, of course, up to the host and up to the players. So maybe some more AOM on Sunday, with probably some Age of Empires 2 there for in the evening as well, as I don't think it's gonna be going too long into the evening, and I'm also not thinking I'm gonna be the one streaming the full tournament all the way, to be honest. Usually other people are chosen for that, I guess. But nonetheless, maybe we will. Depends on the availability of the streamers as well. But since it's so early, thinking that probably Boyd is gonna be getting most of it, I'm expecting. But again, depends how well the tournament is gonna be going. We're gonna be around to potentially help, and that's right now the plan for the next days. So again, thank you very much for watching. For whoever's potentially lurking around, Gabo for stopping by for his message on Retold, and again, I've been Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Hope you enjoyed, and see you later. And that was decent fun with Diablo 4. Seems to be not a bad completely job by Blizzard. Actually, you could be saying that fairly decent one. And kind of looking especially forward to the cinematics, because those, Jesus Christ, they are really good with those Blizzard. GG, and see you later.